Thinkers, gamers, welcome back to Tales of Praxis. It is day 3 of our ongoing marathon adventure through Tales of Arise's new DLC, Beyond the Dawn. Can you believe it? What an adventure it has been so far, and what an apt adventure for us to journey through together with respect to this broader series. I'm your host, Aaron Suduko, the founder of writhetterriblefate.com, your online publication for all of the most rigorous and involved studies and celebrations of the storytelling of video games. If you love video games, if you approach them as works of literature, you've come to the right place. This is what we're all about in all of our work, from written publication to podcast to lecture to these streams, which we've been embarking on for the better part of a year now as a kind of live book club. So diving in with that same obsessive literary bent for finding what the narrative value of this distinctive, magical, interactive medium consists in, why we love it so much, what draws us back to it again and again in games old and new. Tales of Praxis is the name of the series which I undertook about 8 months ago for With a Terrible Fate. With a Terrible Fate as a broader organization has been running for going on 9 years at this point, technically, if you can believe it. I certainly can't believe it. If you want to learn more about us, find ways to support us, find out more about this series, drop a bunch of links in the chat. But Tales of Praxis is, like so much of the analytical work that so many theorists do about video games, a combination of deep textual inquiry to study particular works of art and also deep personal reflection to better understand the gamer's direct, intimate experiences with those interactive artworks. I grew up in large part falling in love with video games and storytelling and philosophy thanks to Bandai Namco's Tales series. Tales of Symphonia was the very first story-heavy video game that I ever played when I was a kid, and that really inspired me to explore more of what video games could do, in particular as a storytelling medium. And if you've played any of those Tales games, you know they're also not only deeply concerned with literary considerations and character study, but also questions of philosophy. What is the nature of the world? What are our obligations to it and ourselves and each other? And so I think really a big part of what pushed me down the path of philosophy in general and the philosophy of video game storytelling, which I'm now involved in, was in being exposed to the Tales games as a kid. And so I decided, after doing a lot of work in the analysis and publication on the philosophy of video game storytelling, that I wanted to visit and revisit the Tales series as an adult and as a philosopher of video game storytelling, to think about what it is that these games are trying to say, what the language in which they say it consists in, and the impact that the games have made on the lives of myself and so many other thoughtful gamers, both in terms of the experiences that I had as a kid and the experiences that I continue to have with them today. So I've been replaying games that were really formative to me growing up, like Tales of Symphonia, like Tales of the Abyss, but also filling gaps and playing the Tales games that I missed when I was growing up, things like Tales of Destiny and Tales of Eternia, with the goal ultimately being to experience and replay or play for the first time and develop interpretations and analyses on at least every one of the Tales games that has had an official English localization. Of course, if you know the series, you know that there are others that haven't quite made it over to the West. Some have received very thoughtful labors of love in the form of fan translations and localizations. We may or may not get to those. That remains an open question. But for now, I've been digging into the official ones through 2 major projects. One has been the written publications that are the bread and butter of what we have done for many years on With a Terrible Fate. So if you're interested in long, involved philosophical studies on what makes these games so interesting and worthwhile and valuable, not just as works of art, but also as tools for informing our practical engagement with the world and ourselves more broadly beyond video games. We have articles on everything from mysticism and Tales of the Abyss to individual volition and how to chart one's course in communities and the future of the world in Tales of Destiny and Tales of Vesperia, and plenty of other things in between, all of which can be found on writhetterriblefate.com. And then the other horn of the series has been these live book club streams, going through the games together with some people who are deep expert fans of the Tales series, and some of whom are just gamers who love these stories and have never played a Tales game but are interested in reading works of art through this lens, which we provide. And so we've been doing that initially with Tales of Symphonia, since that was kind of my motivating factor and way in, but we've been through quite a number of them since then. Most recently, we have been on Tales of Grace's F. We are in the midst of that playthrough, but we put it on pause in order to celebrate this brand new installment in the Tales series upon its initial release. So it's been 2 enriching, rewarding, surprising, gratifying, and challenging days of Beyond the Dawn so far, with all of the themes it's wrestling with and all of the aftermath from Tales of Arise. And I have no doubt that's going to continue this evening. So thank you for joining me. It's a pleasure. We can get right into it. You might recall, if you were joining us on the stream yesterday, we ended being called by the autonomous government of Vesperia, where we currently are, to go and see the autonomous government in Cyslodia, a different realm, one which you might recall from the original game was under the domain of the Lord Ganabelt, who ruled through subterfuge and sowing the seeds of distrust and compelling Dahnans to actively work against and betray one another in service of the Renans, at the pain of being sent off to basically serve in the equivalent of a labor camp if they didn't comply. So a very distinctive feel to his particular corner of the world. And I'm really interested to see how that cascades, looking forward now to a year later, into the particular challenges that Cyslodia might be having in terms of integration and bringing Renans into the fold. I almost wonder, I'll be interested to see if they go in the direction of Renans actually helping to ameliorate some of the struggles of the Dahnan people there, because like I just said, a big part of what defined the struggle of Cyslodia was that Ganabelt got the Dahnans to turn on one another. And so I wonder whether having more of a neutral, well-meaning Renan presence there might help the Dahnans to heal the wounds that are internal to their own society in a way that doesn't really pertain to the places we've been so far in the DLC. It's been really interesting to see this kind of DLC that gives us a kind of tour through the various realms and corners of the world to see how coexistence and integration is happening in the different contexts of those different realms with their different histories, but which also time and time again turns and reorients our attention to portraits of the individual, as is so common in JRPGs, but especially in one that was concerned with world liberation, to be balancing kind of more holistic looks at societies with our concerns over, for instance, what's going on with Nazamil. How can we help her to individuate and come into her own as a person with self-concept that is positive and can allow her to do things for herself and for others going forward in the world that are positive, as opposed to just being neglected and retreating into herself as a result of all the trauma that she experienced as a child. Now, of course, last stream we saw, perhaps unsurprisingly, that when a kid who has been ingrained with so many deleterious and self-destructive habits by virtue of abuse is brought out of those patterns, it can tend to be a messy enterprise. It can tend to get a little violent and jostling and disruptive, both for herself and those around her, which ultimately led her to part ways with the party in pursuit of finding a way to better honor their friendship without causing harm and pain to them. So it seems like Nazamil has a new plan, which she has not yet shared with us nor with the party, in terms of how it is that she's going to make things better for them and maybe her and maybe the world. I imagine we'll get some more color on that this stream. Interesting too to see Alphen. We talked last stream after he stood up for Nazamil and was basically recast as a traitor in the eyes of Dahnans for protecting Nazamil rather than standing up for them and their perceived self-interest. To see what it looks like when the hero of a JRPG continues to live and be involved in the world after the end of his journey. I was thinking about it a little bit earlier today, actually, and I'm not a historian. I don't know if this is the most fitting example, but it called to mind for me a picture of something like George Washington as, a war hero and general in the Revolutionary War, and then of course, life goes on and the country needs to be governed, and he ends up serving in a very different role as president, and then he ends up deciding to give away the presidency because he didn't really want to be president. He just wanted to live a quiet, private life. Especially when we're concerned with particular narratives of decisive moments in the history of the world or the history of a society, it's easy to reduce our understanding of people with rich and complicated lives to particular roles that they played relative to particular conflicts. And so seeing them in a different light, in a different context, in a different plot can be really challenging, but can also open up a path to understanding them a little more holistically. And perhaps that's part of what we'll continue to get access to with respect to Alphen as we go forward here this evening and beyond. Hey Doug, welcome. Pleasure to see you, my friend. My day is going well. It's been a quiet Saturday of working through some philosophy texts, thinking about Tales of Arise, enjoying some time with my stalwart co-host, Evie the Corgi, who's hanging out over there, coming to terms with the fact that her dad is going to be busy streaming for the next 5 hours here. And now excited to jump back into our continued adventure with Tales of Arise. So pleasure to have you as well. And with that, my friends, I think that's sufficient preamble. If you are joining us now for the first time for the Beyond the Dawn stream, unlike Doug, I'll also just let you know the plan here is we're going in 5-hour blocks, starting at this time, probably every day until we finish it. I have through Tuesday blocked out. My hope and expectation, based on the way in which the DLC was messaged and its apparent length, is that we'll be done by then. If not, we can make a plan for subsequent further streams in order to wrap it up if we have to. There'll be a brief intermission at the 2.5-hour mark just to get our bearings, reorient before we go back in for the second act, as it were, every evening. And as always, we're expecting familiarity with Tales of Arise, as the DLC is. We're all about the intertextual study of the various entries in the Tales series. So if you are familiar with the other titles and want to leverage your background, please feel free to do so, but be mindful of spoilers. And if you've somehow gotten ahead of us in Beyond the Dawn, the DLC, as I, madman that I am, would have were I not streaming it for the first time with all of you, please just be mindful of spoilers and don't bring into the conversation content from Beyond the Dawn that we haven't experienced together yet, because the whole conceit of it is to work through it for the first time together as a live book club, as we are about to start doing once again right now. Welcome back to Tales of Praxis, my friends. We are off to Cyslodia.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time. Most like...
I think this is the way. Yes.
Zoogles, I would reckon. I mean, other than them.
Toward Cysloden, I should say, which is, I want to say, the capital city of Cyslodia. That was one which remains hard for me to keep straight in my head, like some of the names you've heard me struggle with over the last couple days, just because there are so many names, but in particular, Cyslodia, I think, is the name of the country, and Cysloden is the name of the capital, but because they're so similar, I tend to get them confused. Makes sense, though, if that is the way that the distinction goes, because Cysloden, Den, kind of like the home within the country, or the more particular locale in which people are settled, so I take it that there is a method to the naming madness. There usually is. Oh, you're kind. No, I wasn't even talking about my difficulties with reading out loud, which I think is just an artifact of streaming for longer than I usually do. I just meant in terms of being able to quickly call to mind all of the different fantasy names of the various realms in the game and the characters, because there are so many, and for whatever reason, like, God knows, I have so many active JRPGs in my random access memory that I'm pretty good at keeping those names handy when I need them for the variety of games that I'm working through and studying and publishing on. But it's something about the names in Tales of Arise that I don't know if it's just an etymological issue or the way in which they're structured. It's harder for me to keep them in my head. Like, I know the name Naori fell out of my head in the first stream, which, for those who don't know, is the name of Shion's ancestor, who was referenced at least once in terms of being the maiden who was paired initially with Alphen when Alphen had been kidnapped to serve as the sovereign, and Naori was really the one who saved his life and also suppressed the great astral spirit of Rena by binding its manifestation as thorns inside herself, which created this kind of cursed heritage that was passed down to Shion. And then last night it was Balsef, the name of the Fire Lord in Orbis Calaglia, which I was similarly blanking on. It's funny because hopefully, as my speech suggests now, it took me all of like 5 minutes after the stream to remember and recall both of those names. So it's not as if they aren't kicking around in my head. Just takes a little more effort to draw out the Tales of Arise names for whatever reason. Cislodia, Cisloden. There, exactly. See, say that 5 times fast. Keep that distinction clear in your mind.
It's as cold as ever here.
The sun may have come back, but this place is still in the mountains.
It will take time for the current amount of snow to melt down to this region's new normal.
Even after the worlds merged, the people of this city haven't changed. Danans still doubt each other. All right, we're already digging into exactly the theme and distinction of culture I was hoping we would. Unsurprisingly. I know a thing or two about these wonderful Tales games at this point. Come by it honestly. A while ago, I was accused of being a former informant, and I had a hard time convincing them otherwise. Sorry to hear that. The mistrust of the people in the city is insane. Yeah, you would imagine there would be a lot of scars and wounds that are hard to heal in terms of that concern that even if Danans are no longer informing and spying on each other for Renans now, maybe they used to be informants, and how could you trust the kind of person who would stoop to do that and betray others in that way? Raises that old chestnut of how you can overcome bad acts in your own past history, or if that's even possible. Which seems to certainly be thematically resonant with a lot of the things that Alphen and others are wrestling with. I don't know if it's true, but there was a rumor that the old lady next door was a former informant. Whether it's true or not, better be careful. She could be connected to the Renans outside. Oh, so it might even end up running the opposite way of what I was hypothesizing, where their distrust of their distrust of other Danans within the community is only further augmenting and exacerbating their distrust of Renans, saying, oh man, we want to keep Renans out. We don't trust them, and we don't trust the Danans in our midst because we think that they're actually, in favor of clandestinely supporting the Renans. The market is bustling with goods imported from other countries, but I wonder if they're trustworthy. Yeah. Well, it's another theme that we've been talking about quite a bit the last couple of days, right, Doug? Just the deeply human and foundational need for safety. And when the whole of your home and civilization seems so tenuous and shaky, it can be easy to want to come up with excuses to exile or force out others to try to feel as if you're safer just by dint of having fewer people around to betray your confidence. Sis, I heard they're selling tasty bread at the market. Let's get some for Dad now that he's home. That sounds nice. I'm sure he'll love it. Alright, do we have any quests or similar showing up yet? No. Yeah, so we'll probably just explore the area, head to the main story point, and then I'm sure the subquest will show up after that. Feels nice and warm today. I wish you'd speak more quietly. It's bad for my heart. The Renans are long gone. It's about time you got used to it. Yeah, for sure it's a live issue for Alphen, especially Alphen, but probably the whole party in Vicent. Yeah, we don't see anyone talking about the Blazing Sword here yet, so maybe the rumor mill hasn't quite reached Cisloden yet. The remnants of the Snake Eyes are on the move. We must be vigilant.
I can't wait to start making our meal.
Yeah, the Snake Eyes, for those who need a refresher, was the name of
Now that
the
we have all the ingredients.
kind of like secret, not secret is the wrong word, but like the organization of Danon informants who supported the Renans, or kind of traitors to their own kind back when the Renans were occupying here. Why can't we get revenge on former informants? I don't know what the Silver Swords are thinking. I understand how you feel, but that doesn't justify your violence. All we can do is not make the same mistakes as the Renans. Secret police, that's the term I was looking for in my head. They're like a secret police. How many former informants did you hunt yesterday? None. The Silver Swords' crackdown is getting worse. And the Silver Swords were the local liberation front, who I think have metamorphosed into the autonomous government, similar to the rebel organizations in other countries that we've seen so far. Yeah, well, all instances of people holding on to their former prejudices, right? Just according by different culture, the prejudices will latch on to different things and manifest in slightly different ways. I never thought I'd see the day when children could play so innocently. We must protect them at all costs. I know I was harping on it last time, but I do love, for all the other reasons to doubt and have concerns about society, everyone returning over and over again to, we gotta make a better place for the children. Gotta build a better future for the next generation. I think that in and of itself is reason for some hope. Yes,
Looks like we get to
Cisloden is the
sleep with a
capital of
roof over our
Cislodia.
heads.
Alright, the loading screen has reassured me in my terminological madness. I should make sure our items are up to date. Yeah, okay, I think we're good. I don't want to overstock, but some of these battles have been a little tighter than I would like. I wonder, so let's say if I want to get this sword for Alphen, Alvaf, like, are all of these materials things we can buy at the shop, or is the shop just set up to make it easier to forge it, but we still need to get certain things that can't be acquired at the shop? So this wants chameleon hide, an incendiary scale, and adamantine tendon. Well, they have incendiary scales. Oh, they're all very expensive, though. That's probably it. They probably have them all, but they're prohibitively expensive. Yeah, chameleon hides are more affordable, but not by a huge margin. And then they have the adamantine scale, or tendon. Yes, they do. All right. So if we really wanted to, for the characters, we could go out of our way and spend a lot of money to avoid getting the materials and forge better weapons for them. But I'm okay with waiting until we farmed them from the Zoogles directly. It feels a little more authentic anyway. Nice to see trade is developing, though, so as to provide those options. Yeah, I think you would get a lot out of the main game, even having seen this in the stream, Doug. So I would definitely recommend it being added to your list, at least if you haven't already. Cislodia is a really easy one to import the model into your mind, though, even if you haven't played the game, because it's basically like a close analog to sort of the deeply distrustful and capricious society of like a Soviet Russia or similar. It doesn't feel like the run-in rule is over. Former informants are still lurking everywhere. I just want them to pay for what they did. Well, there you go. And maybe that alone is a vote in favor of considering doing it for the stream later on, the main story. Which way are we going? I think we're going to the main plaza, is that right? Yes, okay. So that's actually back in the other direction from where we entered town. Oh, but we have to talk to the kids. I want to play tag. It's easier to run with less snow now. No, I want a snowball fight. The grown-ups were saying we might not be able to do it in the future. How should we decide? Oh, these kids and their tag. What's the matter? You want to play with those kids? I'm sure they'll be your friends. Go talk to them. You can do it. Oh. Encouraging kids not to be so lonely. It's a nice little tableau tying into all of the conversations we had about loneliness last time. I can't hear you. Speak up. I'm having a hard time hearing these days. Sorry, I'm still stuck in the old habit. That's so unexpectedly charming to me. This idea of if you ask the questions, all right, what would be sort of the aftershocks of a society where spies were in the midst of everyone after the society opened up and spies were no longer an issue? Well, maybe everyone got used to talking in really low voices, and so especially like older people will just have an incredibly hard time hearing anyone who's trying to have a conversation with them. The other day I went to the back alleys for the first time in years, and I was surprised to find so many scary looking people back there. You shouldn't go there alone. Rumor has it there are informant hunters lurking around. Well, we'll have to check out the alley then, before we go on to the main plaza. If we can even get in, maybe we can't. This is where the Silver Swords base used to be. Now it's locked and can't be entered. Hey, I've got some new information on a former informant. Alright, let's make them regret they ever snitched on their neighbors. I'll make up a good reason to bring them here. You know what to do then, right? Hey, what are you doing over there? Damn it, it's the Silver Swords. What a pain in the ass.
What are you doing?
I'm talking to the kitty.
That isn't a cat.
Ah, yes, the irony. So now the Dainons who are seeking revenge on former informants, say that 5 times fast, are in the act of trying to get that revenge, themselves turning into and creating a culture of informants, informing on people who had previously been traitors, and thereby preventing them from having another shot at just integrating with society and having a decent life with each other. Hey you, why are you following me? I'm not. I was just patrolling the area since we heard there are informant hunters around here. You're keeping an eye on me so I don't hunt anyone, right? Stop pretending like you don't know. Yeah, wow, so that's a chilling way to look at it. They're kind of their own accord, recreating the societal ills that Ganabelt had imposed upon them during his reign. I'm tired of being suspected by people, so I'm hiding underground. I'm not a former informant, just so you know. What are you looking at? Get out of here! So many friendly faces. Welcome to the Silver Swords branch. If you've got business with Bregan or HQ, head to the Reveal Prison Tower. I think it's Reveal. My hit rate for pronouncing these names when I've read them for the first time has not been great, though. Is it true you're closing your store? I'll have no place to go. It's getting unsafe around here, and business isn't doing too well. Hey, wake up, you okay? He had too much to drink. I tried to stop him. The underground is a perfect place for former informants to hide. Oops, better watch my mouth. Compared to last year, the cold has eased up big time. Still chilly at night, but it's a lot better compared to before. doors tightly shut. I think I say this every time we get to a snowy area in a Tales game, but there is something just so delightfully cozy to me to be adventuring through a snow city in a video game from the nice, warm comfort of a climate-controlled living room. Or even to be venturing through it in the middle of winter when it's snowy outside and you have a nice, warm cup of something. I rather wish we had some snow outside now, but it is ridiculously warm here in Colorado at the moment. Hoping we get some snow in the near future, but as it stands, it's just been sun, sun, sun. We actually want to centralize the Silver Sword's functions at headquarters, but we're leaving personnel here to guard the alleys. Hey, Chrissy, welcome. Great to see you back. I know you messaged me, but since you're on the stream, another heartfelt congratulations for finishing Persona 5. Is that just the best feeling in the world to have finished your first JRPG? I had it on my list to bully you, actually, because I felt like you were way too, dismissive of yourself in your tweet about it, saying, oh, it might not be that big of an achievement. That is a huge achievement, and I am proud of you by proxy, so I hope you're really proud of yourself. That is really, really freaking cool. But yeah, this has been great so far. It's getting me to advocate for everyone who has not played Tales of Arise or has not played it recently to go back and play it, because goodness, it's a game that holds up. I say holds up, it only came out a couple of years ago, but I had such a fun time replaying it for the PAX West lecture on the DLC. Unsurprisingly, has had plenty of nice nostalgia for that, coupled with really thoughtful and interesting extensions of the core messages of the game. So, it's been a blast. Crazy, I know. I know you didn't expect me to say that. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to bully you again. It's not weird. That is such a fitting object of pride. You should be riding high on that for a long time. That is so cool. What are your next plans? Do you have something new on your list to tackle game-wise now that you're finally done with it? Not to say, yes, be happy for your achievement and now move on immediately to something else. Take a break, but also be ready to enjoy something else. It's hard to tell. I was looking at the trophies to try to evaluate it, and I would say we are maybe 40 to 45% of the way through, so I think we have a few more of these marathon streams in us yet. But yeah, it has a healthier, longer, and more robust arc than one might have expected. So I'm really enjoying it. Not that it feels overwrought or longer than it ought to, but more so that it's focused and taking its time to really plumb the depths of a particular character and some particular relationships without bringing in too much that's out of focus. At least that's how it seems so far. Headquarters has moved to the Reveal Prison Tower, but this place is comfortable for me. Speaking of which, we suggested changing the name of the Reveal Prison Tower, but we still haven't heard back from headquarters. I have also heard fantastic things about Disco Elysium, so when you do pick that up, please let me know your impressions. I'd be really interested.
This'll make us even more formidable.
I don't know that it's quite in my wheelhouse, but I remember Stefan, whom I'm sure you know, both from the With a Terrible Fate podcast and then from his work on studying pixels. I remember back when we were doing the podcast together, he played it and offered some commentary and thoughts on it, and it struck me as a really interesting game. And I'm sure as you work through the other personas, Dan will have plenty of interest and thoughts on your thoughts if you want a chatting partner about them. They're still on my list too, but God knows my JRPG list is laughably unnavigable at this point. There was another fight in the alleys today. Luckily, no one was hurt. They're the kind of people who prefer to stay underground even though the cold is easing up. Many of them have issues like violent tempers and secrets they want to hide. How about we call in some personnel from the headquarters and have a cleanup operation? I don't think that's a good idea. You never know what people will do when they're cornered. That's true. It's a pleasure seeing you again. Let me know if you need help with anything in the city. I'm so glad you're here. This place is no longer our headquarters, but thanks for stopping by. Well, I think that was some thorough sightseeing here in Cisloden. Now let's head to the Silver Sword's actual new headquarters and see what's next. I think we want to go south.
I see a cat. I wonder how Zara's doing.
Oh no, I went the wrong way. That's alright, we can take the long way. It's getting warmer around here. It's a little too hot in these heavy clothes. Maybe I should go to the market in the plaza to buy some new clothes. Oh, there we go. Reading maps. It's not for everyone. Yeah, Chrissy, since I mentioned it to you before, I also am wrapping up. I'll probably finish it after the stream. Tina Nguyen's book, which I mentioned to you. Agency as Art. About kind of the unique aesthetic qualities of games. Which is a really interesting read. I think I mentioned to you I'm probably going to write about it, but he ends with some pretty interesting thoughts and commentary on like the dangers of gamification as kind of a temptation into oversimplifying one's values in the real world. It struck me as the kind of stuff that you might find interesting, because I know you said you dipped in and out of the book. But I think especially for people who are not deep in the philosophy end of it, like the last little bit where he opens up and thinks about that has some broader applications and things to consider in terms of systems design as much as anything else. It's quite moving to see the market opening above ground. It's a bit colder compared to the underground, but it feels nice. When the idea of moving the underground market came up, there was a lot of opposition. Honestly, I was a bit worried at first too, but now I'm glad it was moved above ground. Change ain't always bad, folks. Anyone care for some fresh bread? We have samples of our brand new Gladys's Donuts. Get them before they're gone. She was designated as Big Sister. I love that. Alright. This is now a place of relaxation for everyone, but I think we shouldn't forget about the man at the gallows. Yeah, there's still a lot of problems in this city. We need to do what we can to bring Daimons together. I assume when they're saying we shouldn't forget about the man at the gallows, they're talking about Zephyr, Law's dad, who was executed at this very spot during the main game. Well, he was set to be executed and then didn't quite go through, but then he subsequently died. But his last words to everyone in the city was basically calling them to stand up and support each other in a way that they had never even taken as a live possibility before. Yeah, it's very interesting. That's one of the things that's been fun about doing this based on just thematic intuitions and free association, more so than any kind of chronology, because we were relatively forward in time playing Zestiria and Berseria, which I think were like 2015 and 2016 respectively. And then we jettisoned back to 2012, I think. That's when Tales of Graces F, which we're working through, was published. And Tales of Graces itself was a little earlier as a game, I think maybe 2010. Now we're rocking all the way forward to like the present-ist day. And you didn't see it on the stream, but also remember for like the last 2 weeks I was working through Tales of Eternia on PlayStation, back in the earliest era of voiced games. So, oh my goodness, yes, it's game era whiplash. But all the more fun for it, because I think when you can't keep yourself tethered to a particular era of game, it almost, at least for me, becomes easier to see sort of just the points of thematic continuity, because you can't pay attention to things like graphical or developmental continuity, because just the trends and what was in vogue at the time are so radically different across those games. Cyslodia's buildings have always been sturdy. Even in the War for Liberation, there wasn't much damage. But since Danans have been forced to spy on each other, it's still difficult for citizens to work together. We're trying to utilize the central plaza so people can let their guards down by interacting and getting to know each other, but it's much smoother to have people from other countries step in. We have a long way to go. Tell us about the informant hunting, please. No matter how many times we ban the lynching of former informants, it's still happening frequently. There are countless people who are willing to pay to seek revenge, and those who accept such jobs for the money. We in the Silver Swords would like to protect them, but it's difficult because former informants are hiding as well. I can understand both sides, but you can't build a new future if you keep dwelling on the past. Yeah, that's the needle you have to thread that these games are so good at meditating on, you know? Not dwelling on the past, but also not forgetting the past. Being mindful of it in a way that empowers the future, rather than prohibiting it. Some of what I talked about in my most recent commentary on Tales of Symphonia, in fact. The Snake Eyes have dismantled as an organization, but the story isn't that simple. The remnants of the group have set up a base somewhere and are still active. Seems like they can't accept their defeat. They sure are good at hiding, which is one of the reasons we had to keep Renans out of Cisloden. There are reports of Lenegis refugees and former informants who fear retaliation joining. We can't let our guards down. Tell us about the Silver Swords. Like other organizations, we, under Bregan, are responsible for post-liberation reconstruction and administration. Our position has changed, and the headquarters has moved from its former hiding place to this requisitioned manor. Apparently, we've been underground for so long that we're ingrained with the habit of making the best use of what we have. But Bregan doesn't seem to feel comfortable sitting in the Lord's chair. Things don't always work out how they should. We still have a lot of work to do, but we're getting there. Interesting how the very same act, taken on by different autonomous governments with different histories, can have such different explanations and connotations behind it. Like, you know, this was the Lord's Manor back when the Renans were occupying and subjugating Dana here, and we saw Dohalim's former manor as the centerpiece of Vicent, but with Vicent being a community that was so focused on coexistence and power to the people from the get-go, even in the time of Dohalim, the explanation that we got in terms of the manor now being open to everyone was like, yeah, we're, you know, treating it as a public space and as a public good for everyone to enjoy together. And we talked about that in terms of Dohalim's personal library opening up and things like that. Whereas here with the Silver Swords and just the focus on survivalism that came about as a result of Ganabelt's particular brand of terror and probably also just the cold and oppressive climate of Cyslodia. Instead, the explanation is, yeah, I know we took this because we're good at making the best of what we have, and it was here, and we needed resources, so we just claimed it. This is the Silver Swords headquarters. You can also take a tour inside. Oh, is this a tour guide? As you know, the Danans used to be ruled over by the Renans, and they endured countless hardships on a daily basis. However, the hero known as the Blazing Sword overthrew Renna and won freedom for us Danans. The revealed prison tower is a symbol of the era of Renan subjugation and a reminder to future generations of their barbarism. It's open to the public as a memorial to the unity and triumph of the Danan people. So at least the rumor mongering and antipathy toward the blazing sword has not sufficiently saturated Cisloden as to warrant the updating of the tour guide's spiels. Yeah, not yet. Give it time, right? Oh dear, where did my child get off to? He's near the Silver Sword, so I'm sure he's fine, but still. Before, I would have been worried he'd been carried off by the Snake Eyes. Renans are so slimy. They did horrible things to us Danans, all while living in beautiful homes like this. If you want to have a look, the entrance hall and collection room are open to visitors. I think this is also where the office is, if memory serves. Ever since the worlds merged, this guy hasn't had energy to do much, but now he's saying he wants to help everyone. So please, can you Silver Swords make use of him? I'm prepared to do anything you'd have me do. I'm at your service. People who want to be useful. That's another theme that we had coming up with Nazamil again and again on the last stream. The desire to find some use according to which one can identify meaning in the world. Oh my, what a thick cushion. This is nice, really luxurious. I bet Renan sat in this chair, kicked up their feet, and felt like the world was their oyster. It's that kind of conceited attitude that brings misfortune down upon you. I don't mind if you watch, just stay quiet. Sometimes people get excited and hit the display case, making me worried that something might break. On display here are weapons and armor collected by the Renans. While Danans were forced into hard labor, Renans were gathering luxury items like these. Just looking at this drives home that Renan's opulent way of life was built on the great sacrifice of Danans. If we'd had this, the Renans never would have been able to act so cocky. Lower your voice. The silver sword over there is glaring at you. All the weapons here were plundered by Renans at the expense of Danans. We cannot forget that history. This is a really interesting little microcosm of curation as a form of expression as well. Because, for those who didn't play the main game or haven't played it recently, this whole collection room was here at that time as well. Like, it was a collection, the premise was, of the Renan Lord Ganabelt, but it was a collection of Danan antiquities, so basically armor and weapons from the time of ancient Danan warriors and heroes. So basically his own little kind of appropriation of the history of the people he was subjugating, which he then put on display as kind of his private collection of artworks and curios for himself to enjoy. And, so when we liberated Cisloden from Ganabelt, actually, if you see this very suit of armor which Alphen is still wearing, the origin of it came from here. It used to be, in this case, it belonged to a Danan hero. And so after Cislodia was freed, the gentleman whom we're going to see next said basically, hey, I think you should take this as, a memento and an indication of what it is that you did for us and what you're trying to do for the world. So now to see these... So now to see these collections still here, but have the whole infrastructure of the tour guides explaining, these were our belongings and they were taken and put here by the person who subjugated us, but now we can come and see them not just as an artifact of our own history, but also a reminder of what it was that the Renans did to us, adds some interesting, I think, layering to just the historical role of these items and the lessons that they can teach to current Danans in this kind of multi-layered way that curation is great for in the real world as much as in video games.
Pet you?
Yeah, I'm sure there are no real world analogs to that at all, Chrissy. Exactly.
Throwing snowballs at people's heads from behind. Take this!
Ha! You'll never hit me. Oh, Gian! I'm sorry. Are you okay?
No need to apologize, either of you. After all, soon, that won't even be an option.
Whoa! Put the gun down!
Yeah, well, I do notice the armed guards keeping watch over the weapon exhibits, to your point, Doug. Yeah, I remember one of my favorite exhibits that I saw during the one summer when I interned at Harvard's art museums was there was a visiting exhibit of native artworks from Aboriginal Australia. And it was really cool because not only was it a kind of art that was so different and of its own milieu relative to other stuff that you saw in the museum, but also so much of the focus similarly was on like the institutional transition from those artworks as a kind of anthropology and something that had been sort of like the curiosity and culture of a subjugated people to something that then was brought into the institution and elevated to the status of art without washing away the history, rather calling more attention to the practices of the people that undergirded and in part constituted those artworks. I thought it was just fascinating. And the visiting curator who was responsible for it was just such a thoughtful and cool guy. Learned a lot from that exhibit. Reagan says he doesn't feel right sitting in that chair. Should we prepare another chair? But he's our leader. That demands a certain amount of pomp and prestige. Reconstruction of the city, helping the injured, getting rid of Zoogles. Ugh, the list of problems goes on and on. There's no one solution that'll fix everything. All we can do is make steady progress. A million little things, right? Speaking of which, did you deal with the branch's proposal to change the name of the Riville Prison Tower? Oh, right. We got that proposal a while back. I had too much to do and forgot. You're speaking my language, my friend. Reagan! It's been a while, my man.
I wasn't expecting you to come deliver a letter. Sorry for the trouble.
We heard they've been very critical of outsiders in Cislodia of late.
Cislodia still has almost no Renans, right?
The Renans are definitely all gone, but there's still some lingering uneasiness between the Danins here. And I keep hearing rumors about survivors of the Snake Eyes being active.
So, people will always fight, even among their own kind.
All you need for a disagreement is two people. If you want a reason, you can easily find one. Plus, this is Cislodia. It takes time for deeply ingrained mindsets to change.
Yeah, they're definitely fascinating institutions to experience from the inside, Doug. It was one of those things that I always loved museums growing up, but I never imagined all of the kind of back office infrastructure, so to speak, that goes into, well, everything that you might imagine needs to happen at a museum, right? From running tours to curating exhibits to borrowing pieces from other places to facilitating research that academics are doing there. It's such a thriving little microcosm of so many different modes of engagement with the world.
Time, huh?
Of course, there are some people trying to actively change things. Some are even inspired by what you all are doing. If you don't mind, I hope you'll have a look around town.
Yeah, definitely a shame. I do think, in all seriousness, and this was something that was a bug in my brain at the time when I was working at the Harvard Art Museums, and it's something that's kind of stuck with me since then as I've continued to do more work on gaming. I really think that especially gamers, if you're a gamer and you haven't spent a lot of time in museums, I think you owe it to yourself to go on a museum adventure or two, because I see a lot of overlap in terms of just the nature of exploration and investigation and systems of meaning that we're trained to negotiate in video games, especially ones with rich fictional layers like the JRPGs we've been navigating on the stream. And to see a lot of those similar modes of engagement come to life in a very different context in a museum, I think can be a really rich and rewarding experience. And then there are also really fun points of overlap, like, oh, this is fun because we're the ones who opened this hidden chamber. Apparently it was really hard to get into this room before. I wonder who unlocked the door. But while we're on this museum kick, I'll share this one thing just because it's been one of my most interesting discoveries living in Colorado, because for me, there's not a lot that recommends Colorado. I just happen to be here for the moment. But there's this really cool installation in Denver that's part of this broader series, which if you've never heard of it, I encourage you to check out their website. They have a few installations. It's called Meow Wolf, and they're these permanent installations, and the whole idea is it's like they create these things that are part museum, part interactive fiction, permanent installations in various cities. So one of them is in basically this giant multi-floor hangar in downtown Denver, and they work with a bunch of local artists. So you see a lot of sort of just the artistic expression that gives you a distinct access to the culture of the place that it's in, but it's art that is all designed to construct a particular fictional world that then you can go and explore as a visitor. So the one in Denver, like the whole conceit of it is you walk in and it's this like a metro station at the intersection of these 4 dimensions, these worlds that have like collided together because of some kind of quantum event. And so you can go through and see the different worlds, and actually if you want to, like it's optional, but part of the emergent story is that you can actually work to uncover the history of like, well, why did this happen? Why did these worlds come together? What were the different forces that got involved in creating the infrastructure for navigating between them? And so again, especially as someone who's interested in art and also gaming, it scratched a really interesting and distinctive itch that I don't even think I realized I had until I went in there. So I think the more found opportunities like that gamers can have and experience throughout their lives, the more fun you're going to have. Yeah, I have to imagine it's the kind of thing that, you know, a lot of art makers and just even city planners and event designers are really interested in. So especially somewhere like the UK, I have to imagine there's some kind of analog. But yeah, look into it, Chrissy. I'd be really interested in anything that you find over there. Of glistening radiance.
Thinking about the state of the city?
Yes. It's complicated, considering that the peace was made possible by driving out the Renans.
The Danins here are still working on reconciliation just amongst each other. We can't afford to be too hasty.
It's awfully quiet for such a large city.
The snow muffles the noise somewhat, but the urge to keep quiet is also a hard habit to break.
And also echoes the challenges that Nazamil had in learning how to speak up when no one ever gave her the time of day, and she was more habituated to literally being invisible rather than engaging with anyone, just for her own protection. This mysterious jacket emits a brilliant rainbow light, the refraction of which can be used to confuse any enemies that gaze
I found
upon
some
it.
equipment.
Well, I'm loath to remove the wonderful Easter egg canine vest from Law, but better equipment is better equipment.
Let me take a look at it. It's been a year since they were freed, but they seem as nervous as ever. Caution was a matter of life or death when the Renans ruled here. Learning to relax those deeply ingrained survival instincts won't happen overnight.
everyone's still avoiding eye contact. It's like nothing's changed.
It'll take more time for them to reach that level of comfort with other people.
Oh, I hear a commotion.
Hey, you there. I knew I recognized you.
You're that...
Shh, not so loud.
What's wrong? The days of being monitored are long over.
Oh, come on. You didn't forget I used to be an informant, did you? Revenge and vigilante justice are officially prohibited, but still. Anyway, that's not why I'm here.
Now, he's someone who is just a minor side quest throwaway NPC, but whom I actually remember because his whole character was basically being racked with guilt about being an informant after the city was liberated, and he was really wrestling with how to adjust to life as just a person, given that he had betrayed others in the past. And so he had to come to terms with figuring out how to apologize to the people he had betrayed and ratted out to the Renans. So a really interesting little vignette of a guy who was kind of made to suffer based on the choices that he made for his own survival.
What? Is something the matter? Yeah, a pal of mine left town and I haven't heard from him since. It's been 3 whole days.
Why not ask the Silver Swords? They should listen, regardless of your past.
Yeah, right. And then raising the question, like, how do those losing factions get reintegrated into society in a way that can be healthy and healing for everyone? Not easy questions to answer.
You think I'd be suffering in silence if it were that easy?
Is there more to the story then?
You ask for help, then clam up. Not exactly what I'd call trustworthy.
Got him.
Please, you're the only ones I can turn to. Maybe we should help him out.
Law?
So, this guy's really a friend of yours?
Yeah, I'm not lying.
All right, we'll search for him.
You seem strangely supportive of him, Law.
I mean, sure, he used to be an informant, but he's clearly trying to change his ways. I just want to help him with that.
I agree. In times like these, respecting someone's wish to start over seems more important than ever.
Agreed. Also, crucially, for people who have not played Tales of Arise or have not played it recently, Law was a former member of the Snake Eyes, the traitorous spy organization of Dahnans in the midst of other Dahnans in Cyslodia. And it was only after his estranged father and rebel leader came here and sacrificed himself for everyone and called everyone to stand up for themselves that Law kind of realized the error of his ways and also stood up to the Renans and to Ganabelt directly. So he, as much as anyone, understands the need for redemption. Step right up and have a look. They're all fresh from Navira. Yep, historical outcomes can definitely sometimes be violent and painful and less than ideal for everyone, Doug. This is Cisloden's main gate. The bridge will take you to the Navira snowplains.
It must be hard to still be afraid to talk to each other, even after a whole year has passed.
I guess people like us will just have to keep doing our best to help things change.
He's saying the king is calling for him. I think.
Oh man, are we going to get to see the whole owl forest again? Well, that has me stoked. This is also one of the very fun things of being super saturated with Tales games, because my first time going through Tales of Arise, of course, I looked up and compared this beautiful sky with all of the astral energy to the Aurora Borealis in the real world. Now, after having worked through Tales of Eternia, one of the much earlier games, one of the central types of magic in that world and a central plot element is what's known as the Aurora Arts, which are called that because they are alleged to light up the sky in deeply similar ways to an aurora. So now I find myself thinking, instead of the connection to the real world, oh, what a cool call out to one of the original games. Too many levels. Nah, I'm kidding. There's never too many levels.
An opponent like this should be easy. They got me flanked! Ignite!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! My turn!
Do you require a hand?
Here I come! Can't get out of this! Here I come! Do it!
Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had.
This theme that's playing right now has got to be one of my favorite field exploration scores. It's just so quietly
There's
grand,
something in the water.
while also feeling sort of strangely comforting to me. I don't know, it's hard to put words to the exact feeling this music evokes for me, but it's something quite nice. Oh, that's right. I think the path to the Owls is a little bit further to the west. I was premature. There we go. Woo-hoo! The most important place
I think it's safe
in
to
the
rest
world.
here now.
Hoot. Oh, it's a store now. I was expecting there to be some kind of scene or a conversation between Hootle and the other owls. Well, it's still nice to have this here. So we can buy the extremely rare boss fish. If I remember, I think that's one we were able to fish out of the fishing holes in the main game. It's so expensive, though. Are we going to need it for something? Should we just come back later? I hate spending over half of our gold on it. Ah, but I kind of feel like I have to. There we go. Because then you have it. Hoot, hoot, hoot. Perch seems to be full. Well, nothing else to do here, but nice to be able to visit all of Hootle's owl friends. Always and forever will be the cutest and also one of the most heartwarming parts of Tales of Arise. The journey to collect all of the Dain owls from across the different biomes. And the resolution of that quest and Hootle deciding that despite having all of the other owls like him in one place, his true sense of home is traveling with Rinwell
You guys
as
wanna
opposed
rest
to
here?
staying with them. I'm not ashamed to admit that that side quest brought genuine tears to my eyes, as any good piece of JRPG content will. Unless your heart is truly cast in stone.
My body seems to be doing okay.
The joy of petting. I'm interested.
Come here, sweetie. There you go. Very good. Yes, that's a good boy.
Shion? What are you doing over there all by yourself?
Oh, Alvin? It's not what it looks like. This is, well, how much did you see?
You were waving your hand back and forth and muttering something.
What? So you were watching the whole time? How could you?
I'm sorry. Is it that upsetting?
It's a matter of privacy, Alphen. There's no excuse for peeping. But Shion, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I've done similar things myself.
You too?
Sure. Like sometimes when I'm fishing by myself, I'll imagine I'm sharing the catch with you all.
Doesn't that mean Kisara was peeping too?
Yes, you understand. Since we were all traveling together for so long, it was easy to get used to everyone being so close.
So then when they aren't there anymore, it can make you do strange things.
I actually tried a variety of other fluffy things as a stand-in, but it just wasn't the same.
Of course. That's a different thing entirely.
I mean, you might be asking the wrong person because that sounds like me to a T, Chrissy, but no, I would say that's right on the money, certainly not over the top. I think it's more appropriate to do it as opposed to not doing it. That's it, right? I mean, the experiences in these games can be so deeply personal and insightful in terms of the content of your actions and what you take from it, so it's only right to commemorate it, right? That's what I say, at least.
What are you two talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, I get it. That was practice for petting Hoot. If you like the little guy that much, why don't you just ask Rinwell if you can take care of him for a while?
That's not what we mean at all. You just don't understand.
You have a long way to go, Alphen.
What?
So, did you two want to pet Hoodle? What do you say, Hoodle? Would it be all right?
Really? All right. Here goes.
Why are you all so obsessed with me? That's what Evie asks all the time, too. It's the burden that these cute animals are fated to carry.
Kisara, I have been meaning to ask you. Do you find your duties leaving you overworked as of late?
How abrupt. What brought this question on?
Well, it's only that I worry you haven't been able to find the time to go fishing.
Oh, is that all? There's no need to worry. I do have other ways to relax outside of fishing. I used to fish to secure food for the day, but now that the food distribution network has stabilized, that's no longer an issue. That said, if you're ever feeling a craving for fish, don't hesitate to let me know.
That's a lovely suggestion, but it's the sight of you by the water, rod in hand, that has been etched into my mind. I find it unfortunate that, within the past year, I no longer have as many opportunities to see you enjoying yourself in the great outdoors.
Why don't you try fishing yourself then? You might like it. In fact, I'd be happy to plan something. It'd give me a chance to introduce you to the joy of fishing. You on one side of the rod, a fish on the other. It's like a negotiation, but also the perfect time for self-reflection. Though, of course, what really keeps you coming back is the excitement of landing a big one.
I'm afraid I'll have to decline.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I let myself get a bit carried away.
Oh, no. I can tell that fishing truly is special to you. What I mean to say is, I'd prefer to be an onlooker, relaxing at your side, and perhaps engaging in conversation from time to time.
Is he describing the
Oh,
streaming experience?
It's settled then. I'll find the opportunity when things have calmed down.
Of course. When that time comes, I look forward to accompanying you.
Well, I love that. A nice coda to what we were talking about yesterday with Gordino, the traveling gourmand, figuring out the right way to use his personal preferred form of expression in order to imbue the new world with the ethos of coexistence that is so important to everyone.
It's finished. Hopefully the others like it.
I couldn't eat any more if I tried. That is true happiness.
And on we go. help the former informant's friend.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. Okay. Burn! I'm on it. Take this. Hey, when did I get so far? Double demon back. I'm not done. Double demon back. Too fast. Stand back. I'll trip it up. Take this. Double demon back. Can't get out of this.
Illuminate the top! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle.
Now I'm real mad.
Right beside you!
Lightning thrust! Start up! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! One deadly strike, just as ordered.
The words right out of my mouth. I was thinking that was quite a mystic art law. A battle finisher.
Gotta break through. Try harder. In a vine. Dragon form. Not today. I'm just getting started. Try this. Explosive ring. Prepare to be sealed. Actually, now is more appropriate.
Let's talk in for doing. There you go! Don't let up! Illuminate the top!
Double demon bang.
Holy glitter!
Here I come.
Holy glitter! Help this!
Dragon form. I'm on it.
Well, someone seems in tip-top form.
Nothing new about that. Take! Pull them away! I can feel my power growing. No backing down! Be still!
I'll bring you down.
Rising focus! Double demon bang! Struck! Struck! Double demon bang! Got fires! All yours!
Freeze Lancer!
Double demon bang! You're finished!
The waters of creation! Astral energy! Full throttle! It's too late to say that you're sorry! Damn it,
I'm not done!
Reload! Will this help? Don't mind if I do!
Dragon form!
Demons descend!
Flashing fang!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
In these temperatures, collapsing outside of town is practically a death sentence.
Yeah, I hope he's okay.
I wonder what the reason is. We're not dealing with a criminal, are we?
Get lost!
Evie is evidently very concerned about the fate of this missing person.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
I didn't like that.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. The waters of creation bring you back from death to this. Dance, immortal
These
droplets!
sticks have got your name on them!
Resuscitate tidal wave! Blah, 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 never bring you down. The waters of creation Astral energy!
Say no more.
Well done.
Here I come! Dragon form! Double demon bang! Lightning thrust! Eat this! Eagle fly!
It's good to be prepared.
You're mine! Double demon bang! No escape! You're
It's
finished!
no good. I can't focus.
Rinwell, take some time to recover.
Thanks. I'll do my best.
You're mine! Double demon bang!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
I'm on it! Coming! Struck! Double demon bang!
Astral energy!
Say no more. Everyone's
still in one piece?
I want to ask her. Could you tell the stream what has you so anxious? Why do you have so many feelings? What got you so borky? Do you know? Honestly, sometimes I feel like she just suffers from not being the center of attention. Give us time and we'll get that dog cam added that everyone's always asking about. She has many feelings. No, you can't say, "Aw, that just reinforces her behavior." She already knows how cute she is, that's the problem. She says hi too.
Hi, Hoodle.
I embarrassed her, she's left her perch now. I swear, she's more expressive than half the people I know.
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
I'm not done! I'm on it! Here I come!
I'll lay face to them.
I'm not done! I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight! Goodbye!
The waters of creation.
Explosive ray!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elton.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you. Done that.
Take this!
The waters of creation.
Form! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
No. Vesperia, I think, was originally 2009. It is much more of a piece with the design and approach of Tales of Symphonia, which I know you're also familiar with, Chrissy. I love Vesperia, as I know you know, after my most recent playthrough of it especially, whereas originally I felt like I really didn't understand it and get what I was trying to do. I felt like I finally found Aaron's way into it. And what I think it was Pottery said on the stream before, and I think there's a lot to recommend this point of view, is that if you think about the design philosophy of that era of Tales game, as represented kind of especially by Symphonia and Tales of the Abyss and Vesperia, Vesperia is kind of the apex and sort of full realization of the design philosophy and world structure and combat system and everything that those games were going for. So I'd feel much more like that. Tales of Arise is exceedingly fun to play, I would say. To my mind, at least, the battle system is exactly as fun and fluid to participate in as it looks. It broadcasts so well, and it is exactly as fun to sit down and play. So I would definitely recommend it. And I think the story and character studies definitely rise to meet that standard as well. But you certainly wouldn't go wrong with Tales of Vesperia either. It would just be a very different experience. You've been here for long enough. You know that it would be hard to get anything less than a ringing endorsement from me for a Tales game. I still have my doubts about some of them, but they're few and far between, and all relative to the masterworks of the games, which I really respect in the series.
This one's mine.
Leave the ensnared to me.
Okay, here I go.
The waters of creation.
Ah, those laser beams. Damn statues hit me with those laser beams.
This one's got your name on it!
I mean, I think the games are sufficiently distinct from one another that, depending on what your predilections as a gamer are, there are certainly some which will resonate with you more than others, but I would truly stand by at least the ones that I've replayed for Tales of Praxis so far and say that it really is a case where each of the games is just concerned with telling its own kind of story and wrestling with particular themes within the broader language and milieu of the series. And so that's part of the reason that I have difficulty comparing them to one another in terms of rankings or saying which one is best or something like that, just because I think in many regards they're incommensurate with one another. They just say such thoughtful things and they say them on their own terms. So I would not say that I've walked away from any of the games in the series feeling really deeply let down in a way that, you know, it wasn't worth my time or it felt subpar in terms of what it is that it was trying to do. I qualify that by saying, you know, in terms of the ones I've replayed for Tales of Praxis, because I do remember feeling that way with Tales of Legendia, which is one of the ones that I've not gone back to yet. But I also remember that the only time I played that, I was so disappointed by what was basically the first half of the game that I never even bothered to do like what is broadly considered to be the greater half and more important half of the game, because it's structured in an interesting way where you have the main game, but then there are a bunch of different like individual character studies afterwards. And so I let that go and I didn't do that part of it, which I think left a lot of meaning and insight on the table and just, you know, didn't really engage with the game on its own terms. But even with something like Vesperia, I mean, that's what I was saying, right? That's one where prior to Tales of Praxis, I would have told you, yeah, you know, that's a dud. It's not worth bothering with. It doesn't know what it's trying to say. But revisited it, and through, you know, the context of the series and approaching it in the way that I think it wanted to be approached, fell in love with it. So I think it's the kind of series where I've never felt let down or like I'd wasted my time giving as much scrutiny as possible to each installment in it.
It's a Renin, and he appears to be injured.
Thanks a lot. I went to gather herbs, but I got injured and couldn't move.
Say, you don't happen to have a Dein friend, do you?
Why do you ask?
So he's the one.
I knew it. Your friend asked us to find you.
He did? That idiot. What am I supposed to do if the people in town find out?
He must have been worried about you. Can you walk? Let's go back to town together.
No. I can't go to Cisloden. They kicked out all the Renins. I'm going back to my hideout in the mountains. Tell him thanks for me, okay?
I never would have imagined his friend's a Renin.
It's no wonder he turned to us.
I wonder what their connection is.
I'm sure he can explain more.
I was gonna say, I have a feeling we'll find out. Well, right back at you from on the other side of the pond, because I've never been able to wrap my head around Brit saying herbs. It sounds to me as if you have something caught in your throat when you say that.
That is one enormous stray.
It's always herbs.
I
in
don't
my
think we
book.
can take it right now.
Well, nuclear, I take no responsibility for any mispronunciations of that, because that's not an American thing. That's just, I think, a completely different distinction, and there's no explanation for that. But no, I get the same confusion and circuits breaking in my head when someone says human instead of human. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Herbs doesn't sound right. I understand there's an H, so like, I wouldn't debate that with you, but I'm also not gonna act as if it sounds right in my my little American ears.
No holding back.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this, but I saved, so we should be okay at least.
This will be a piece of cake. Eat this.
I'm going
Coming up, son.
Holy
Stay away from
Well, Law's already dead. That's not a good sign.
Take this. One not done. Double demon fang. You're finished. You're finished.
I've let you all down.
Coming up,
Yeah, I don't even know if that one's more of a generational thing or something, because I don't feel like I hear it that often, but when I do, it almost always seems to be amongst older people who say it.
It's time to end this battle. I'm not done. This is looking grim. Hold tight.
We've been through far worse before.
Right. Time to turn the tide.
Can't get out of this.
Indeed. That does seem wise.
Now let's turn the tide.
And more of this, or I'll burn out.
This one doesn't seem impossible, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be a walk in the park.
Healing circle in here. There's nothing ready. This one. Annihilation.
But yeah, just to finish the thought we were talking about earlier, because I think it's an interesting one and bears completing. That idea of, you know, meeting a game on its own terms and asking, all right, what is it really trying to say, and how can I play the game, not just like the literal gameplay, but also the interpretive game as a player to get what it's trying to express out of it, is increasingly part of what is the most rewarding adventure for me to go on in terms of video game storytelling more broadly, but especially in terms of games of this caliber and this mode of expression that you get in the Tales games. Like, another one that I would have said prior to doing Tales of Praxis was not as interesting, or maybe not worth as much of an investment as Tales of Vesperia, because it felt to me like a relatively superficial and straightforward and simple story. But if you happen to dip in on any of that stream, especially the end game of it, I don't remember whether you did, like, I really ended up feeling like that was just a misreading of the game by Aaron having played it the first time, and that, you know, if you're really doing a close reading of it and paying attention as you're going through it, a big part of the game consists not in just tracking its plot beats, but in actually going through sort of the interpretive gameplay of keeping track of what the character's current understanding of the world is and what that understanding implies for their journey, and then actually updating our understanding and model of the meaning of what they're doing and how it interacts with various metaphysical and like fantasy constructs in the world as we learn more about actually like the nature of the quest and the history of the world and how those things interact. I think that's one of the places where you can just get around the issue with an adverb too. Just say accidentally, right? Oftentimes it sounds more natural, especially given that people are sometimes accustomed to saying one versus the other. That's interesting, though. That's not one that would have jumped out to me as sufficiently common as to be irksome. I wonder if it's more of a Britishism. I think we can get this guy. It'll be a chore, but I think we can get him.
I'll bring you back from death to bit.
Take this! Try this form! Try this! Take this! Not done yet!
It's just his little rage explosion that's hard to deal with.
I'll be safe this one.
Go away! Here I come!
More where that came from.
Elfin's always in the middle of an action when it pops too.
You'll pay for that! Take this!
I know, I'm trying to get out of the habit of that too. It's terrible. That's one that's just so ubiquitous that it kind of bleeds into your expressive paradigms, whether you want it to or not. It's so insidious. I mean, you are the company you keep in all contexts, but especially if you hang around with people who just speak poorly, I mean, that rubs off sooner or later, whether or not you want it to. Or whether or not you know better. It's awful. You know, I've been doing some contract work with some, let's say, some people who fit that mold, and I will not elaborate for the last little while. And one of the reasons I'm most grateful to be done with that now is that I can already feel my speech kind of rehabilitating itself after having way too many just stultifyingly useless and poorly structured conversations with them in work-related contexts that simply don't matter.
Look sharp! Lightning blade!
So yeah, long story short, read good things, take part in good conversations, be literate when it comes to gaming. It's not hard, and with the Terrible Fates got it all, so you're in the right place.
In a bind! Take this! Eat this! You're mine!
It's gonna get harder. I think he might be an over limit, that's why we can't really do anything to him. There we go. Alright, now he's back to normal. I wish we'd saved Dohalim's boost strike for now, but I'm sure he'll come back in a sec. Yeah, it's definitely quieter relative to some of the earlier games. I hadn't really thought of that. Foregrounds the action a lot more. I do really think, like, you may or may not have clocked this, but there was a lot of discussion among some of the more Tales diehard on the other streams of sort of the challenges of three-dimensional combat systems of the sort that you get in Vesperia and Vesperia, because it can be harder to navigate the battle, and oftentimes, like, the flow of interplay between the enemies and the characters is just not very intuitive, and the camera can get stuck in weird places sometimes. I feel like Tales of Arise, and you can see it highlighted in a battle such as this, does a really, really nice job of kind of representing that more modern combat system in the way that I think Vesperia and Vesperia were also trying to do, but perhaps a little less successfully. What was I trying to do? Oh, I was going to throw an orange too. Because yeah, it just feels dynamic. It doesn't feel like, you know, the three-dimensionality of it is getting in the way. It's vivid, it's fast-paced. It's just fun, like I was saying. It feels very fluid. Ugh, god damn it. I missed again. That's alright. We'll power through.
The flame inside me yearns to be like
Fuck. That was upsetting.
Take this! Take this! In a body!
There we go. Alright, got it.
Take this! Almost there.
Don't let your guard down.
Explosive ray! Here I come! Dragon Troll!
So much for sitting this fight out.
No, no.
No, that is silly. I'll let you all down.
You're mine!
Violent darting wind.
Try harder! My turn! I'm not done!
Fuck.
Well done.
Here I come! Take this! Strike!
The enemy is going all out with my heart.
I can do this all day.
Get on in there.
Take this! Try harder! My turn!
Nice. Now I can keep at it.
I didn't heal you just so you can get hurt again.
I know.
Fuck. Just barely missing those tiny windows.
In a bind.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but we got there. Win's a win. Gotta plug in the controller so that doesn't die on us.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Well, at least we squeaked a level out of it.
There. Let's keep moving.
Wait, we should tend to your arm first.
Oh, sweet. Another astral flower. We're gonna be swimming in CP.
Should this really be here?
No. I should probably save, just in case.
Safe to rest here now.
And rest we will. We certainly need it after that fight.
Looks like we
Oh
get
my
to sleep
goodness.
with a roof over our heads.
That was nothing.
All right. And away we go. Back to the alley, I want to say. Without spoilers, the premise of Beyond the Dawn is basically
A Renin and a former informant.
you remember you were there for the beginning of the stream of Dawn of the New World, right? I think without spoilers, my best explanation is the premise is kind of similar to that in the sense that in the wake of the main story of Tales of Arise, the world was restructured in a way that prompted and required a lot of integration between people of very different backgrounds pretty unexpectedly. And so this picks up a year after the conclusion of the main narrative, and we're following the same party, basically experiencing that new world and trying to figure out what it takes to actually facilitate coexistence on more of the individual level after the world on a more cosmological level has been reconfigured for the betterment of everyone.
Quite the odd couple.
So he didn't leave town. He was never in it to begin with.
And what's interesting is we're kind of juggling between two perspectives through which we see that. One is going around to all of the areas and countries from the original game and seeing how their cultures have evolved to accommodate and struggle in unique ways with the challenges of integration. And then the other lens is through a particular portrait of a new character who has ties to people from both worlds and is basically just this kid who has been abjectly abused in her childhood as a result of her unusual heritage, just verbally and physically abused, and as a result really has had no relationships and doesn't know how to trust anyone. And so the early stages of this has been the party meeting her and getting to know her and helping her to trust in others and believe that something like friendship is possible for her and come into her own in terms of her unique powers and ways of engaging with the world, which kind of came to a head yesterday because it turns out her particular powers and abilities have some fraught implications for the world. And so now she's temporarily left the party to try to basically figure out the best way to use her powers for the sake of her friends without putting her friends in danger. We're not really sure what's going to come of that. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's a super timely game. It's very thoughtful about typical JRPG stuff, but typical JRPG stuff in a way that vividly pertains to a lot of things that we continue to wrestle with in the present day. Some aspects of it very vividly in this particular moment, and some, a little more broadly and generically in the current modern moment of the world. But yeah, it offers a lot for people looking to be engaged and active individuals and citizens in these times in which we live.
We found your friend. He made it safely back to his home.
I see. That's good to hear. Now that you've met him, you know why I had to turn to you.
And may we ask how you know each other?
When people found out I was an informant, things got nasty. I fled town, which would have been fine, but it was too cold and I collapsed.
And that's when he saved you?
At first I was suspicious, but I can tell when someone's fishy or not. And I knew he was sincere about helping me.
Why does he keep living in those snowy mountains instead of moving to one of the other realms?
He says he loves the Cislodian Mountains. Can you believe it? A year ago when the skies were clear, he said he was simply stunned. Couldn't believe how beautiful it was. He's a good guy, interesting to talk to, and he knows a lot. In return, I get him what he needs to survive.
Sounds like a nice relationship.
I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna get moving before we draw attention. Thanks, you helped a lot. I guess people weren't joking about you being a hero.
Oh, Elfin.
Cyslodia looks the same as ever, but perhaps it actually has changed.
And Elfin, we've been discovering, as I'm sure you can already see, Chrissy is one of those heroes who, following saving the world, has, as you might expect, a complex relationship with that personal heroism.
It bothers you, doesn't it? Being called a hero.
No.
Since we came all the way to Cyslodia, why not check out Calaglia too?
Yes!
Calaglia? I mean, I guess it's not far from here. But what about Nazamil?
We're not going to be able to find her now. She'll come to us when she wants to, so it doesn't matter where we are.
Well, I don't mind. But what about you, Elfin?
Let's go. It's better than spinning our wheels here.
Okay.
I was wondering because really the only two realms that we hadn't yet visited were Calaglia and Ganatheros, even though we started out the game very briefly in Ganatheros, but Calaglia being the fire realm where Alphen started his journey in Tales of Arise, and Ganatheros being the final realm they visited, and the realm of the Waterlord, which when we went there was under the dominion of Volron, but previous to Volron was the dominion of the previous Waterlord, whose name I'm blanking on, but who was Nazamil's father. And so I was wondering, well, in terms of where this DLC is heading and how the climax goes, I could see us either ending up, back where the journey began for Alphen and highlighting that in terms of all roads leading back to Calaglia, or else, ending up in Ganatheros as sort of the seat and origin of Nazamil's heritage. So I suppose this is setting things up for first Alphen to reflect on his own past, and then for us to presumably go to Ganatheros, at which point my guess is Nazamil will come back into the mix, which makes sense given the way in which they've woven Alphen and Nazamil into the DLC in different yet complementary roles.
Calaglia, huh? I wonder how the Crimson Crows are doing.
Pretty much the same. Just doing a lot better these days, obviously.
Well, I'm the last person to talk you out of scratching the JRPG itch. It's definitely one, I think, where, there's so much to recommend all the storytelling of video games and just the magic and artistry of games more broadly, but the more time I spend specifically submerged in JRPGs, and only JRPGs, between everything I did with Final Fantasy VII and then Xenoblade Chronicles and now all this Tales stuff, the more I do feel like theirs is a particularly sophisticated and complex language for allowing us to articulate and engage with the most pressing human needs and interests and just relationships in which we stand to the world and ourselves and others. So I think it's something that it can seem inaccessible when you're on the outside of the genre until you take half a step inside and then you realize, oh yeah, there are, some fantasy things and some unusual tropes to get used to, but at the end of the day, it is more directly attacking the core problems of human nature than so many other modes and genres of storytelling in any medium. So yeah, they did release, I think, some version of Tales of Arise, some deluxe version now that has the base game and the DLC, unsurprisingly, so I imagine it might even be, before the end of the year that you might see it go on sale. So I definitely say, wishlist it and keep an eye on the price.
So, you're starting to sound like Alphen.
Huh? I am?
Was that supposed to be a compliment?
Do we have, are there subquests that opened up? Is that why Lava's saying that? That's sometimes the cadence to these things. Actually, funny enough, yes, I was going to say there are none, but it looks like there's exactly one over there.
We've reached our destination.
The original Final Fantasy X you're talking about, Chrissy? Yeah, that's such a beloved game by so many, and rightly so, I would say. I love it. I know Dan has a lot of love for it. A lot of With a Terrible Faders, actually, for their own reasons.
I hear a voice.
Have a lot of love for
Somebody's
Final Fantasy
asking for
X.
help.
It's just that kind of magical
Hopefully it's nothing that'll
game
be
and
too
magical
hard to
work
deal
of
with.
literature, But yeah, it's also one that is an epic and touching and thoughtful story all the way from the very beginning to the very end. So if there's one you want to go back through and try to see through to the end now, I would definitely put that one on the top of your list. I think that would certainly reward the effort. Oh no, this is bad, really bad. If only there was someone who could help me. That guy's been glancing over at us for a while now. Does he want something? If he did, he would say something, wouldn't he? Don't worry about it. Let's get going. Oh, woe! Woe be to me! If only someone could help me! Me, the newest member of the Silver Swords! Alright then. I guess there's no harm in asking. Yeah, clearly something's wrong. Jeez, this is totally Alphen's fault. I can't bring myself to leave people in the lurch anymore. Groaning at the hero of a JRPG rubbing off on you. and giving you a better nature with which to deal with others. You sure? You may have put on a cold demeanor when we first met, but you've always been kind.
Hey!
That's enough about me. And you, isn't there something you want to talk with us about? Oh yes, there is. Quite astute of you. I'm usually in Messia 224 to surveil and assist. The Danins in Cislodia squabble a lot due to past informing, but it happens every day in Messia 224 too. That's why Silver Swords members like me are deployed here for surveillance. I see, so your problem has something to do with the people of Messia 224? Well, I came back to stock up on supplies, but I encountered Zeugles several times on the way here. We managed to hide and get through it, but we'll have a lot of cargo on our way back and we're worried we may be attacked. They're running rampant on the Nuvira snow plains in particular. It took all I had just to get here. That being said, I'll get reamed out if I don't deliver those supplies soon. This is bad. Real bad. Well, now we know what his deal is, Shion. We could handle those Zeugles, couldn't we?
Just great.
I'd say you've picked up Alphen's savior complex more than I have, Renwell. I suppose you're right.
You did it!
Fantastic. Now I can get back safely. Oh, and do you think you could wipe them out nice and quick? It's just, Messia 224 folks already think we're spying on them. I don't want to tick them off more. So demanding. Watch yourself, or you'll sully the good name of the Silver Swords. But people will suffer if the supplies aren't delivered. I'll keep that in the back of my mind.
Let's get rid of these Zeugles quickly. They're probably keeping people from the supplies they need.
You're so kind, Shion.
She sure is.
Yeah, no kidding. 224 gives the other at least 223 of them a bad name, doesn't it? Yeah, that is funny. I get that that's just the kind of storytelling it is, but I had that smile when I went through Cislodia in the main game too, because you go through. I don't think they actually have that that settlement as a place that we can explore in this game, but you go through it, and you can only go through 224, but it implies the existence of many other such settlements, doesn't it? Well, plenty of other subquests to pick up. Might as well roll through and grab them all.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Just those particular ones? Alright.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard to deal with.
Hey!
Ah, Giselle, it's been a while. Well, look who it is. Thanks for helping me that one time. It's good to see you're doing well, Deadheim's mother. I see, like there's only a local reputational risk among the various clusters of them. Yeah, I could see that. Especially in a place that's presumably so isolated by the weather as much as anything else as Cislodia is. And looks like they are still with you as well.
Ooh.
Hoot. I knew they were good friends. Glad to see they haven't changed. Yes, that's right. These were the owls who were friends of Deadheim, who was the rebel leader in Niaz, who ultimately was, among with so many other poor Danins, liquefied by Elmadria. Hoot. The owls are suddenly shaking their bodies. Look! The feathers are fluttering. Beautiful. Is this for me? Oh my! Maybe he's thanking you for finding them before. Lately he's been collecting his own shed feathers and giving them to me, too.
Oh.
The owls must be grateful for how you are taking good care of them, Giselle. Yes, they're precious feathers that these sweeties gave me, you know. I'm actually thinking of making a picture book with them. It would be interesting if the owls that appear in the books had real feathers on them, don't you think?
Okay.
Indeed, that would make a quaint book. I know, right? I want to make myself useful to everyone, too. There's that theme of proving oneself useful to the world again. Niaz has exchanges with other countries, but we can't afford to make the kind of goods that other countries want to import. So, I was thinking that if we could make some kind of specialty product, we could promote the distribution of goods.
Okay.
If so, you'll be needing more materials than just feathers to make a picture book, wouldn't you? Right. For example, materials for binding the book and decorating the cover. If we're aiming to make that book scarce, we should probably make them out of materials taken from Zeugles, but that won't be easy.
Well,
I knew it was an amateur's idea, but I want to do whatever I can for my son.
Well,
Well, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Let's try gathering the necessary materials first. Ingredients, wow, excuse me. Are you sure? It was just a random idea. If you want to do it, then you should. I'd love to read that picture book, too. Thank you so much. I've already looked into what I'll be needing. The owl's gratitude. I love that. And a memento of Dein as much as anything.
Their feathers really are pretty, aren't they?
Rinwell, I believe I mentioned this before, but I've heard that pillows made from owl feathers are by far the most comfortable. Using the feathers we gathered to make a picture book is fine, of course. But pillows are also...
No way!
Our boy has a one-track mind. So, do you think you'll be able to find all the materials for my picture book? We're almost there. Please wait just a little longer, okay? Of course. In the meantime, I'll get the story planned out. I wasn't sure whether we might already have the materials with us, but I guess those majestic feathers are still on our to-do list. Yes, right. I wonder if that's one we can buy from the shops. Let's go around and collect the others first. Ooh, a training grounds quest. I don't know about that. The training grounds gives me anxiety.
We've reached our destination.
It's about time. I've been waiting for you, Kisara. That voice. Legil? You're wearing Renan armor again. Where in the world did you get it this time? I borrowed fortified Renan armor from a colleague. It took rigorous training for me to handle it well. I endured it all to bring our battles to an end. This will be our final match. A rematch. Oh, it's only fitting since I made a point when I had Kisara fighting with Dohalim in the training ground during the last stream of how I'm still haunted by this side quest from the main game, having Kisara face her friend and rival in the training grounds.
What?
What? Did you just say final? Yeah. Yes. Our record right now is 60-60. Let's settle it for good with this one final match.
Here we go!
Fine, I'm up for it. Of course, I'll end up winning. No, I'll end up winning. You both seem to have plenty of spirit, but I'm guessing there won't be an agreeable winner this time either. What do you mean? I'm determined to settle things this time. But not even 120 matches were enough to determine a winner. I'd say this must be fate. Well, I do kind of agree with that. Therefore, I shall step in for the sake of a true conclusion. What are you playing?
Well?
It's very simple. I will compete on behalf of Kisara. Ah, so Dohalim will be fighting this time. That's a twist. This should change your fate. What? Nevertheless, it would be unfair to Legil to compete against me in battle. So the winner will be the one to accurately count the number of cats in Vicint. What do you say? I don't know what to say. It may be fair, but... Huh. Is that so? I know what you're thinking, Lord Dohalim. I don't have a single clue. Lord Dohalim doesn't want to see you lose. That's why he's doing this on your behalf.
So then...
I will leave that to your imagination. Dohalim, you're not just enjoying yourself, are you? Fine. It doesn't matter who's against me, but I want to decide the winner with a battle. I want to see how far I can go with the power that I acquired, and if it's good enough to fight you.
Agreed.
Understood. If that's what you want, then by all means, that is how we shall do it. This was supposed to be my fight. Now I'll just have to watch, I guess. Just so we're clear, no matter who's doing the fighting, it'll still count as a win or a loss for you, Kisara. Dohalim, please make sure you win this for me. Leave it to me. I won't lose. I wonder if he'll really be okay. Come watch with me, Zari.
oh,
I'll wait here, so please take your time to get ready. I want to fight you at full strength. A new rival? So many twists and turns on that one. Wasn't sure whether we'd be fighting or counting
So
cats.
it won't be just Kisara and Legil? Dohalim's joining too?
Things have gotten strange, but I doubt I have much choice than to rely on you.
Worry not, Kisara. Just relax and leave this to me.
Right. Just don't let your guard down, okay?
Alright, well, definitely want to go around and see if we can get a few other subquests done first, just to see if we can get Dohalim some more skills, because I don't have a lot of confidence in being able to fight at my full abilities as Dohalim, since I never use him. Oh, we can go to Messia 224 in the DLC. I spoke hastily.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Can we get majestic feathers? I wanted to check. I'm going to guess not. Majestic feathers! Yes, we can. But we're poor. Oh, but we only need one more to have 3. And there you go. Now we have enough. Let's do that while I'm thinking of it, and then we can close out that picture book side quest. Excellent.
That should do it. Looks like we have everything.
Then let's return to Madame Giselle.
Did you guys come from the forest? It must have been freezing over there. Still, it's more tolerable now. It used to be far, far colder.
I wonder if something happened.
Oh, something happened already. What do I do now? Should I just give up?
Oh, hey!
What are you muttering about? Something going on? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. It's just family stuff. What's a random stranger going to do about it?
Hey.
Come on. You only have to share what you're comfortable sharing. It might even make you feel better. I have an older brother. He was born in bad health, and he's sick now, too. He's never been outside this village even once. Poor guy. I just want to make his dream of seeing what life is like outside the village come true. So I was thinking of riding around Rudir Forest with him on a horse, but I'm guessing your plan didn't pan out. Right. Our horse is skittish, so as soon as it senses Zeugles, it refuses to move an inch. Now that the world's finally at peace, I just want my brother to be able to see it with his own eyes.
Well?
How about we go with you and keep the Zeugles away from your horse?
Huh?
What? No, you don't have to go out of your way like that for someone you just met. We may have just met, but that's no reason not to help. We'd like to do whatever we can. What do you say, Law? You're right. Yeah, let's. We can't just ignore someone in trouble, that's for sure. Thank you so much. I'll go let my brother know right away. Once you talk to him, bring your brother to the forest. We can meet up there. Got it. An escort mission. I don't know that we had any of those in the base game. I'm interested to see how they do
Must
it.
be nice having a family that worries about you like that.
I guess it's a brotherly bond. I hope he's able to enjoy the forest scenery.
Hey, sis, let's stop doubting the people around us. Don't let your guard down. If even one of us gets mistaken as a former informant, we won't be able to live here anymore. Things are tense here, too. The grown-ups are kind of tense these days, huh? Stealing my lines. I thought the bad stuff was over. I wish everyone would just get along. Okay, one more subquest to pick up. Oh, but that's in Ulzebek, and that's where we're heading anyway. I'm not going to grab that yet. Let's clear out the other stuff first. It's interesting. I guess it's just by
That was quite the
dint of
little
the
adventure
fact
we
that
went on.
the party has already traveled the world, because it's giving them the option to fast travel to Ulzebek, even though we haven't been there in the DLC yet. Which isn't what I would have imagined. I would have thought we'd have to go there by foot the first time. Yeah, it's always the grown-ups' fault, right? There is, yeah, I don't think I mentioned this in the spoiler-free synopsis to you, Chrissy, but one of the things that is really fun and heartwarming about this DLC, which I think is a theme that's just coming up more and more, and especially like JRPGs and other video games that I've played this year, especially. So it must be just in the water is the priority and just foundational obligation of doing right by the children and, you know, leaving a world that's better for them and empowering them to do what they want, which feels very earned and heartfelt to me. That's enough materials, thank you. But owl feathers are in limited supply, so there's only so many books you can make, right? You could see that as being exactly what makes them rare and valuable, but if your goal is to stimulate trade, then that issue will need to be resolved. About that, first, I want to get a lot of people to get to know about it before actually selling it. I heard from Bayfon the other day that in other cities there are places where people can borrow books. I thought that maybe if I put my book there, the children will have a chance to read it. Oh, so even if there are only a few picture books, lots of children might still read them. Indeed. If the existence of the book is recognized, it will raise its value as a special product.
Sure.
Great. I'll see what I can do to mass produce the picture books in the meantime. So have you already decided on a story? Yes. Since it needs to feature owls, I thought old Tales about the Darkwings would be best. It was my son's favorite story when he was a child. I used to read it all the time to him.
Oh.
The Darkwings are a symbol of heroism for Danins. Deadheim looked up to them ever since he was a child. So, like Bayfon, I want to do what my son really wanted to do.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea, too. You seem more optimistic than when we met before, Giselle. Do I? I may have changed a little, I suppose. Also, thanks to the owls and the feathers they provide. Hoot! I see. So it is truly a gift of gratitude from the owls.
An owl picture book made with genuine feathers is sure to be exquisite.
And a much better use than making pillows for a certain someone. Right, Poodle?
Looks like they'll be holding that one against you for a while.
Indeed. My fate is sealed, I'm afraid.
Ah, darling. Thanks to all of you, the picture books are going really well. I wonder what kind of face my son would make if I told him I'm working hard for children. Alright. We have the training grounds fight. Let's clear out the Zoogles from here. That's a good one to do next.
We've reached our destination.
Is that the Zoogle we're looking for?
Yes.
No choice.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Well done! Astral energy! Full throttle!
My turn.
Actually, perhaps ground is more appropriate.
No
I'm
choice.
going to need to use all the power I have
First try.
to accomplish this. What astral energy?
Time.
Hit me! Come on, Lord! This one's mine! Blah, 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 blah.
Double demon fang. Dragon swarm. Here I come. I'm not done. Dragon swarm.
Leave the ensnaring.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
There you go!
Someone seems in tip-top form. Never knew about that.
Astral energy! Full throttle!
A flawless victory.
Double demon fang. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Demon's descent!
Flashing fang.
Looks like we got them all.
Ugh. Ready for games with no fall damage, am I right?
That's our...
No choice. Here I come! In a bind!
Archaic waterfall! In here! Here's the healing art! More for the start!
Strike! Here I come!
They're above us. Shion, you know what to do.
It's my turn, is it? I'm on it.
Yeah! Go get him, Shion!
I owe you one. The flame inside you! You're free! I'm surrounded! Not today!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life! Now! Sorry, right there! Oh! Now I'm real mad!
The waters are free!
Scoot back! Stand back! I'll shut it up! Dragon Floor! Kitara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here's me! Where are you going?
Sorry, no sphere! Trigger!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Love it.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
I think those were the only enemies we had to clear out, right? I don't see others.
Yeah, good idea. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
And we're back. You took out those Zoogles for me. Thanks a bunch. Now I can deliver those resources no problem. Man, talk about a tough job. Not that I'll ever see any thanks for my hard work. True, I'm sure they'd take it for granted no matter how giving you are. So, what are you yourself working towards? Maybe you should think a little more about that. I guess that's how it is. I'm just doing all I can to make sure Cislodians can live in peace. Sheesh, if only there was someone out there who would offer a word of thanks for all my efforts. Yeah, that sounds rough. Well, we'll be off then. Huh? Oh, thank you so much. You guys be careful out there too. Oh, right. I have something to say before we part.
Thanks.
You have my gratitude for everything you do for Cyslodia. Keep up the good work.
Very nice.
Oh, right. Of course I will. That's why I joined the Silver Swords after all. Clearly you're nicer than me, Rinwell. You think? I wouldn't say so. Well, let's just say we're both nice and leave it at that. We've both fallen victim to the influence of Elfin's kindness, I suppose. The way in which Elfin's personality has become a legacy manifested
great to be
in
able
the
to help
different
others through your own
personalities of
hard work.
different party
It is.
members.
It may seem easy, but it can actually be quite difficult.
Aw, man, you guys are talking about me, right?
Of course not. Just keep your mouth shut, okay?
Jeez, you never have a kind word for me.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I think it all comes down to your perception. Kindness comes in many forms.
Like a little microcosm or echo of the way in which the path to coexistence comes in many different forms according to the many different cultures of these different countries we're encountering. I'm starting to think that this DLC has many different means of wrestling with the same themes on different scales and contexts. And I love it. To the forest. Okay, we haven't any fast travel points there, but this fast travel point is right outside it.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Probably want to camp quick.
I got a little banged up back there. Shion, could you help me?
Of course. Let's have a look.
You two have come a long way. When you first met, you could barely stand each other. That feels like such a long time ago.
This is perfect. I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see this.
Morning, Miguel. What's for breakfast? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still half asleep.
Oh, Kisara. Dreaming about her brother.
Stay sharp. We're going in.
Wow, so this is what the world is like outside the village. A breeze in the air, a smell of vegetation stronger than anything in the village. I get it now.
Hey there!
So that's your brother. I'm glad he seems to be enjoying himself. They're the people I told you about. They're going to protect us from Zoogles along the way. He told me about you. Sorry to put you through all this just for me.
Right.
It's no big deal for us. You just enjoy the sights and sounds. All right, we'll go on ahead and clear out any Zoogles in the way. You can follow behind us. All right, on we go.
I won't forgive you!
Try on my turn. Here's threat. Double demon fang. Dragon form. Lightning thrust. Burn it out.
Prepare to be sealed, obligated. Actually, perhaps found is more appropriate.
Let's talk in for dinner!
Get out of this. Here I come. Double beacon. Dragon form. Is this it?
Thanks for the healing.
Watch your back, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Dragon form.
Well, someone seems in tip-top form.
Nothing new about that.
And still is...
You're finished!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Hey, didn't we find a recipe that...
Yeah, we can use this for it.
More heart sashimi? That'll make everyone nice and strong.
Should this really be here?
I don't know that I would have it in me to ever try stomaching horse. I know it's a food that some people eat, and I know it's actually a rather big thing in Japan, but just even speaking as someone who eats meat and is not a vegetarian, even though he recognizes that he ought to be from a moral perspective,
I can't stop shaking.
eating horse seems a little beyond the pale to me.
It's on. Here I come. Come and face me.
Thunder field! Raging cascade! Go, Halim. Immobilize that one.
Indeed. That does seem wise.
Now let's turn the tide.
I'm not done. Oh, damn.
Tree Blaster!
Dragon form. Struck. Struck. Rising
Unleash
thrust.
Surge! Mega Ray! By the power of God!
I'm not done.
Tempest Wall! Another fight!
Look sharp.
Lightning Thunder Blade!
Smell.
Was that too much?
Not at all.
We are freaking invincible!
We are strong!
What about me? Say, blow them away!
Not a chance.
See what happened there as you crossed me. Should have done that.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right? No back
It is over.
Raising flame!
Double demon fang.
Armor won't save him if you hear it now!
No escape.
Tree Blaster!
Try this.
See what happened there as you crossed me. No, should have done that.
I can keep at it.
I didn't heal you just so you can get hurt again.
I know. Double demon fast. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
Yeah, that's right. What's the name of that? Because they did a like a land-based mushroom version of Tentacool and Tentacruel for Scarlet and Violet, but I'm blanking on the name of it right now. They're adorable and very fast, and it quickly became my obsession to catch and raise them and involve them in my party. Speaking of characters who would not appreciate eating horse, I didn't even think of that. I can sense that there are Zoogles nearby and is scared. Law, can you calm it down?
Got it.
All right, come on now. We'll keep you safe. There's no need to worry. Didn't expect to have to do horse noises, but here we are. Looks like it's fine now. You're liked well enough by animals, at least.
Hey!
What do you mean, at least? I really enjoyed Violet, and you know better than most that Dan has a thought or two on why it's an interesting game and an interesting series, speaking of long-running narratives. You guys sure are funny.
Out of our way!
No escape.
Here's the wires of the
Try harder. You're mine. No escape.
Thanks, Shion. It's not the first time.
I'm still grateful.
Yes, if you ever find yourself wanting more Pokemon in your life, speaking as someone who is much more of a fair weather fan than Dan, I really liked Violet. It felt, even to me, according to my sensibilities, much more like a JRPG than other Pokemon content to which I'd been exposed in the past. More self-consciously a JRPG, I would say.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint out here.
Nope, that'd be silly.
I'll crush you.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Double demon fang.
These guys are much tankier than they have any business being.
Thanks to you and Ethan.
Always be here.
You'll fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
And as someone who has had very little mainline experience with Pokemon, I was a super fan of Arceus. I found it at just the time that I needed it in my life. It was such a fun and interesting and relaxing and engaging adventure, as much for the ambient aspects of it as for the story and characters and Pokemon and everything like that. Yeah, I played it while I was visiting my folks for a little while over the winter, and it was just the coziest feeling in the world. So yes, if and when you are able to get it on sale or similar, cannot recommend that strongly enough.
Acceleration wave. You pick to come warm, come on. Too fast. Look sharp. Lightning thunder blade. That training's paying off. I'm not done.
I did pay full price, and I would say it was worth it. I think it's a robust world. It's a really interesting way of interacting with Pokemon and witnessing sort of the development of society around Pokemon in a way that, as I understand it, doesn't really arise in most of the other games. And it's kind of like the origin myth of the entire universe and culture in a lot of ways. So I really loved it. I thought it was really interesting in terms of character studies. The story was great, but also it just did such a interesting and thoughtful job of capturing like what it would feel like to just be adventuring around in a wild and as yet unexplored territory that was populated by Pokemon in a way that felt really fun. And the ambient music was really fun and cast a nice comfy atmosphere in the way that Breath of the Wild is also rightly renowned for, stuff like that. Yeah, I think Sword and Shield, as I understand it, is much more controversial. I think it's a much more broadly held opinion that Arceus is kind of a well-deserved game in terms of the characteristics I'm talking about. You know, it's so sad to see those older systems just going by the wayside. I remember hearing Doug about back when even just the virtual shops for them were being closed. I mean, I understand why companies do it, but it's just really sad. Sad for future generations as much as anyone. Yeah, see, Chrissy, I know how to push your buttons. It's not my first rodeo. Excuse me, everyone. Thank you so much for today. No need to be polite. All we did was offer a little help. Please, let me speak. I've been in the village my whole life, sick and in pain, under the Renan's oppressive rule. Venturing out like this made me realize the world I knew is actually really small. The world is full of inspiring things, and there are kind people like you out there too. That's so wonderful. Brother, my dream finally came true, and I have a family who cares about me so much. I couldn't ask for more. Until recently, you couldn't trust people in this realm. Sometimes I even doubted my own brother. But now I'm glad I trusted him and that we lived together. I feel that from the bottom of my heart. Ah, so heartwarming. I love it. Another just wonderful little study of how these heroes, after changing and reshaping the world, can actually facilitate a new culture and mode of engagement with it on the personal level just by directly investing in and supporting individuals and helping them to experience and see the world in new ways. Not that the other journey was unwarranted, but that seen in a certain light in terms of what you might want to ultimately achieve with the world, it's insufficient. And this is just as important to actually make that new kind of culture and society possible.
Looks like you're doing well, Law. Of course! I'm always doing well.
In an instant!
Well then, let's keep moving.
Yeah, it seems like in terms of Nintendo's approach to it and the phases of community engagement with it, Pokemon really has been through a few eras. That's something that I think Dan has spoken a bit about in the past, even in terms of his podcast on it, Pokemon Rose, which is a great way of engaging and studying the series, in my opinion. But yeah, it is one of those that's been blessed with enough longevity and success, Pokemon, that I think it really is in some ways a microcosm or a metaphor of a lot of what the broader game industry has gone through, right? You see all the different colors of what companies are working through and how fandoms relate to series and all of that in one part of the Pokemon history or another. Since I brought it up, I'll drop a quick link to Dan's Pokemon podcast, in case anyone's interested and hasn't had the pleasure of checking that out. Alright, I was not planning on running across a unique Zoogle, but it seemed like the party felt like we might be able to take it on. Oh yeah, it's level 75, we should be okay. He said, much too enthusiastically.
Take this! This is looking good. First strike! Struck! Hit him word! I owe you one. Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up. Not today! I'll finish you here today!
Here's the evil! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Illuminate this naturally!
Come and face me! Can't get
I'll tell Dan we're actually recording a new podcast tomorrow, so I'll tell him that you identified as a Dan simp. I'm sure he'll get a chuckle out of that. But yes, I will thank you on his behalf. I couldn't agree more. He has such a wonderful just perspective and demeanor when it comes to podcasts. It's a rare gift to have that kind of view on art in the first place, and then to be able to compound it with similar views on the culture, and then to be able to wrap that in terms of podcast engagement. Takes a rare combination of gifts, in my humble opinion. Yeah, sounds like there can definitely be some fraud efforts, some fraud elements of the Pokemon community. Doug, sounds like you know way more about that than I do. Certainly get the impact from context. Jesus. Get him to half. He was ambitious.
So much for sitting here right now. Commander of Heaven, Phoenix Cyclone. Here I come. Take this. Rising up.
Not the over limit. Anything but the over limit.
They're not playing around.
Ice Wolf leader, please. Jesus. Oh, it's a charge. I should have known to use Kisara for that. Down there. Fuck.
Let me show you what my art can be. The waters of creation. Mega ray. Dance in my arm.
Escape. Come and get it. Take this!
One more time!
Try harder! My turn! I'm on you! Can't get out of this! This one's all mine! Burn in hell! First strike! Dragon form! Talon hurricane!
It looks like you got this one covered.
What is this? Explosive ring!
I was hoping that would get his core.
You're mine! Dragon! Thanks, Shion.
Not the first time.
And I'm still grateful. I owe you one. You're mine! Dragon form!
I don't know if my thoughts on it have evolved that much since the last time we talked about it. I think I told you this. When I first picked it up, I had I had a complicated relationship with it because I really loved the story. I think I said at the time it felt like maybe the tightest and one of the most emotionally moving Zelda stories that I've experienced, period. But in terms of the overall package of the game and the tools it gave you for interacting with the world and the paths according to which you navigated through the world, it felt to me almost like a Zelda game that had not been made for me. Like it was designed for a different, perhaps next generation of player, because a lot of the stuff to do with crafting and almost like Minecrafting your way through the world just did not resonate with me and felt more like a frustration than a fun Zelda-style puzzle to solve, which made me feel between that and just the sheer size and sometimes I would say sort of unfocused nature of the world, like the kind of Zelda game that drew me to the series in the first place and felt Zelda to me might be now an artifact of history rather than something that is continuing to be created in present tense, which was a little hard for me to deal with and process. But then also, I think I mentioned, this was a while ago, like several months ago now, I felt really overwhelmed by the game when I first played it, and then after I finished the story, I put it down, and then like several weeks later, I found myself just in a moment of downtime saying, oh, you know, I think I'll play around with Tears of the Kingdom again, mess around and just go hunting for some of the special treasures and outfits and things like that. And when I went back to it kind of without any agenda except to mess around with it for a little while and go exploring, then it felt like a much more pleasurable and less weighty experience to me, which again, not exactly what I expect or look for out of Zelda, which kind of reinforced to me maybe it was expecting just a different kind of playstyle or base experience from its intended player. But going back to it with that mindset, like I did find it fun. It seemed like something that was, you know, a joy to go back to, and I found myself thinking then, like, oh, you know, maybe I'll want to play around with it even more and, you know, try to fill out some more of the world over time. And I haven't been back to it since then, so, you know, take from that what you will. Not as if I've been staying away from it, but just, as you might know, I've been busy with some other things. You know, I think the thing that was, I mean, there were a lot of things that were interesting to me about the story itself, but what I've kind of alluded to in the past, and I don't want to go into too much detail about this because I may well sit down and actually publish something on this eventually, but what was interesting to me was I played it in very close conjunction, just because of the timing of when it was published, with the DLC for Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Future Connected. And without giving anything away for Tears of the Kingdom or Future Connected, they both have interesting and very explicit thoughts in them to do with avatars as a concept, which is pretty unusual, I would say, for games to put a name to that concept within their stories and their fictions. And if you know me and the kind of things that I think about and analyze and publish on in the philosophy video game stories, my ears immediately perk up when I hear that word in a game, for many obvious reasons and some that are perhaps not obvious. So it struck me as a really interesting study in the nature of how games nowadays are thinking about avatars as an explicit element in their narratives. And so I think doing a kind of comparative study, asking and answering the question of, well, why is it that this kind of almost metafictional, but at the end of the day, not really metafictional language is being introduced to the world of video games? What does it say about the culture? What kinds of themes are they wrestling with? And how does that resonate with our modes of engagement as players? I think it's a really interesting game and world in which to be thinking about that. Tears of the Kingdom, I mean, it does a lot of, I would say, substantive and not merely superficial stuff with that notion of the avatar, and especially in conversation with something else that came out almost on the same day, more or less, in the grander scheme of things, Future Connected. I think you could draw some pretty interesting insights out of that. Well, that sounds like a hard time with your friend in that community, Doug. But I'm glad for what it's worth that you've had a pokey community that has been so rich and meaningful to you. As I understand it, that's a big part of what is so rewarding to many players about the overall Pokemon IP. And I know that the few memories that I have with Pokemon are all grounded in those relationships. So I'm glad you've been able to have that too. And thank you for sharing that history with us. Very interesting. Yeah, it will be interesting to see whether it has any DLC. I don't feel as though it needs any, but I didn't feel that way about Breath of the Wild either, but I played the DLC that it got, and I thought it was interesting and rewarding too. Yeah, well, that's part of what I wonder about Chrissy, because I think I agree with what you're saying about short-sightedness, but also at the end of the day, like, the people who are in charge of the series will determine what the blueprint is, whether we want it to or not. And I imagine, you can't say it's going to stop evolving, because that will surely be the case, but I think when Breath of the Wild came out, it did strike me, and I know it struck so many others, as kind of something that had the potential to be a defining turning point for the series if Nintendo decided to double down on that as the new formula. And that seems to be what's going on, which was part of what you probably hear in terms of a vague sadness in my voice and just some hesitancy about the overall nature of it. Because for me at least, and I know so many people have so much love for sort of the formula and mode of world exploration in Breath of the Wild, so certainly the last thing I want to do is disparage it. But for me, Breath of the Wild felt like something that was almost, I don't mean to say this in a pejorative way, but it felt a little bit like a novelty of like, oh, this is what an open world Zelda would be like. And, the Switch is new at this time, and it's, a nice way to experience the way in which you can take the Switch anywhere and go on adventures in the real world while also going on adventures in Zelda. So that all felt like nice and interesting, situated in that context. But then for me, like, given that it seemed like more of a novelty than what like Zelda and the exploration and worlds of Zelda were about for my experiences as a player, to then have more of that and so much more of that in a like exponentially larger world in Tears of the Kingdom felt a little overwhelming in terms of everything there was to explore. And it also felt kind of underwhelming in the sense that I had been looking for and hoping for a return to something that was more in my head, in my understanding of the Zelda games that I knew growing up, things like Ocarina and Twilight Princess and even the Wind Waker. I had been looking for a return to that kind of game, and so to instead have something that was more Breath of the Wild was like, it wasn't just having more Breath of the Wild, it was having the lack of the next Zelda game in terms of what my expectations had been. I thought it was interesting too, just anecdotally, like, I don't think I'm the only player who felt like there was a kind of Zelda exploration that was more grounded in that old formula, and that Tears of the Kingdom almost left you jonesing for, because more than one person, including me, like after Tears of the Kingdom, got together and said to one another in different contexts, like, I just have this kind of inexplicable urge to go back and play the Wind Waker. And I'm not sure exactly what it says, but I think it's something in terms of the approach to exploration, and something that almost but doesn't quite scratch an itch that's familiar in older Zelda titles, that Tears of the Kingdom pushes some players to want to go back to the Wind Waker. Oh yeah, of course, and feel free to jump back into my DMs. I'm always happy to chat with you about it, Chrissy, and more than happy to be useful if I can for any of your funding applications or other academic endeavors. You know me. Yeah, that's what gaming life and life in general and JRPGs are all about, right, Doug? Interesting chapters. Can do much worse than that, to say the least.
Yes!
I took my brother home to rest for today. Thank you so much for all your help. I hope we didn't exhaust him. Is he feeling okay? Yes, he seems to be fine. On our way home, he was excitingly talking about the world outside. the outside world, excuse me. Is that so? Glad we could help. My brother was more happy at the fact that people we just met were so generous to us. Everyone used to be so closed off and afraid of each other, but it turns out there were kind people in the world all along. That's great to hear. It feels kind of awkward to be flattered like that, though. The world that my brother has seen in the village his entire life was a suffocating and hideous world where Danins hated each other. I think my brother was finally able to realize that those days are over. I also feel relieved for being able to help my brother. Thanks to all of you, my brother's dream and my own wish came true. It wasn't just us, it was because you guys looked out for each other. Thanks for saying so. I hope we see each other again. I should go now. It must be nice to have a family that cares for each other like that. Yeah, I wonder what it'd be like if I had a brother. Maybe someone like you? Oh, come on, we know from their relationship building stuff in Tales of Arise already that they see each other as brothers. Well, somewhere between that wonderful bifurcated big brother / father role that the Tales games are so good at representing. That's how I see Alphen with respect to law also. He's got a point. I almost feel like I'm your big brother now. Nah, that doesn't feel right. You're different than a brother. Yeah, you're like a brother to me in some ways, but you're also a friend. I guess it can't be summed up in one word. Hey, whatever floats your boat, huh? The point is we'll always be there for each other. Yeah, I've got your back, Law. I love it. A very Tales-esque celebration of a special, unique relationship.
What kind of brother do you think you would have been if you had siblings?
Hard to say. If I'd had a younger brother or sister, I'd probably have spoiled them.
Hey, I'm like a younger brother to you, right? So how about doubling my meat for dinner tonight?
No, that's just selfish.
Man, why do you gotta be so serious all the time?
Relax. I'll cook you up something nice next time I get a chance. But nothing too spicy, of course.
Yeah, I'm thinking in a renewed way, actually, as it happens, Chrissy, about some Avatar-related things, because I think in terms of what I am considering writing in conversation with Nguyen's work, which I'm just finishing, is may, in all likelihood, take the shape of an intervention in terms of an ontology of avatars, because his ontology of games, I think, leaves space for avatars, but doesn't directly refer to them at all for a few reasons. But I think some of the puzzles and problems which he points out can be resolved by introducing avatars into the analysis more explicitly. So more of a hunch at this point. Got to do a lot of research and some thinking through, but suffice to say, if you're thinking about avatars and such for grants and similar, more than happy to shoot the shit with you about that anytime. All right, friendos. Well, we were working through side quests, so we plugged through the traditional time during these marathon streams for our little intermission. So Aaron's going to avail himself of that now and take a break to reset his speaking mechanisms as much as anything else, apparently. So, brief intermission, 5 minutes tops. Leave you with our wonderful newfangled intermission screen, and I will be back for a solid further 2 hours of Beyond the Dawn in a couple minutes. Cheers. Pleasure having you. See you again in a moment. We're renewed. We're refreshed. Let's keep on trucking. It's wonderful and interesting that there are so many subquests, but it definitely presents a different cadence to adventuring through the main story, doesn't it? But so much the better for the overall complex and nuanced texture of a DLC such as this, so say I. I think the one remaining that we had on our list was the Dohalim solo battle against Legil. Let's do that.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Yeah, I haven't published something that's squarely focused on avatar dynamics in a while, but I was actually thinking just earlier today about how I might end up wanting to do something like that for the Tales series as well, because I think that people are not as explicitly aware as they ought to be of how thoughtful these games can be with some really cool and nuanced avatar dynamics, because I think there's this straw man out there that some people prop up and buy into, that JRPGs are pretty much just gamified or loosely interactive animes, and so there's not a lot of interesting stuff that really goes on with the structure of interactivity as informing the narrative, which when you talk to anyone who's really involved with any subset of JRPGs, and they'll give you a million reasons to transparently see that that is not the case, right? But even in the Tales games, I mean, like we saw in Dawn of the New World, without spoilers for people who haven't played it or seen it through to the end, but the questions it raises about the nature of what constitutes your avatar and what it is that you as the player are in a position to do for that avatar purely by extending trust to the avatar, or to the contrary, refusing to extend that trust, I think is much more subtle and interesting than a lot of people give it credit for. I continue to be kept up at night thinking about really interesting narrative sequences in Tales of Eternia that play with avatar dynamics, in terms of asking questions of the form, okay, you, the player, are walking in the shoes of this avatar and experiencing the story in that way, but what would it take for that avatar to really walk in the shoes of some of the people he's walking alongside and whom he's fighting on the other side of the battlefield, and who are driving the narrative beyond himself? And to the extent that he's able to walk in those shoes, how does that change the experience of the story for you, the player? And so I think so much of that is implicit in many of the studies and celebrations that I've already offered of the Tales series, but it's something that is so structurally significant, in my view, in terms of how it is that games express their stories and narrative content and thematic value. And I think the Tales series are amazing models for that, in ways that are not as in your face as some other games, but I think are all the more nuanced in their literary content by virtue of not being, excessively explicit or overt, or fourth wall breaking in the way in which they approach it. All right, let's give the gang some new skills, and then we can try to take on this battle. So Dohalim's going to be the one where I really need to focus on what it is that we're giving him to give him a chance in this fight, but let's also try to optimize Alphen while we're here. I think KO prevention for him would be fantastic. I thought I saw KO prevention here too. So I think that just stacks it. Like twice when he would die, it's prevented, which is great. Especially for using the blazing sword, obviously. Over limit extension too, let's do that. I think opening up some more arts would be good at this juncture for some of these characters. I'm gonna guess also that Owl Astral Energy actually does give Rinwell the full bonus now that we've actually found the Owl Forest and all of the owls are gathered there. As if to recognize that we did take the time and effort, as I did in the main story, to collect and bring all of the owls there. So hopefully that does make Rinwell stronger. It strikes me that it would be unfair were that not the case. Let's put it that way. I'm trying to vividly visualize the Final Fantasy X system. I'm embarrassed to say, while I have a very folk understanding of it in my head, it's super hazy just since I played it so long ago at this point. Which is probably a sign as much as anything that I myself am due for a replay of it. Not as if I need much of an excuse to go back to a game like that. I have been thinking, it's a harrowing proposition when I'm in the middle of doing this for Tales, but I do really salivate at the prospect of doing a full playthrough of the Final Fantasy series, because I've never done that. There are portions of this series which I know very, very well, and which I have a lot of love for, but I've actually never played through the entire series. I mean, not the entire series, but at least all of the numbered entries, so to speak, and some of the main offshoots and spin-offs. But yeah, I would like to do that at some point. Yeah, this is nice though. And actually, Chrissy, you might appreciate this because I know that you obviously have been with us for Tales of Graces, and to my mind, this is a nice kind of extension and modern reimagining of the way that we've seen titles work in Tales of Graces. Because this is the skill panel that you're seeing, but all of these are also the titles that the characters earn through various events happening in the story or completing different quests or conditions in battle. The same kinds of things that you get in Tales of Graces, except there are far fewer of them, and then they all have particular highly valuable skills attached to them, which you unlock through skill points. So, to my mind at least, it's nice. It's a nice marriage of form and function, and something that is decently easy to wrap your head around and use to chart character development as you progress through the game. Is this something we talked about with Final Fantasy VIII before? I think I've told you that's one of the ones that, embarrassingly, I have never played. No, that's not the embarrassing part. The embarrassing part is that I stayed away from it for a long time because people I knew did not think very much of it, and so I thought, oh, I shouldn't even bother to play it, which nowadays would just be further encouragement for me to sit down and play it. And some of the things that I've since heard about it make me feel that it could actually be the kind of game with which I very deeply resonate. But that is one of my main gaps that I want to fill if and when I do go back to the Final Fantasy series, because I've played 7, played 9, played 10, played the 13 trilogy, played 15, played 16, but yeah, 8 is a major gap. Yeah, one does definitely get that with earlier JRPGs in a way that is much harder to discover in the wild nowadays, just because of modern perspectives on quality of life and how to guide players in games. But yeah, I feel it even just with going back to the original Tales games from the 90s, and the puzzles are harder, and figuring out how to build characters is much less intuitive and not handed to you. So you have to either learn a lot more just by critical investigation of the game, or go online and find guides and such, which can also be really helpful. There you go, and that, as much as anything else, is a ringing endorsement in my book. Any game or story that just rattles around in your head, even if it's not your favorite. Like, Dan and I talked about this recently with some horror movies that we watched, because we have a penchant, as I think you know, for watching schlock horror when we're hanging out together. And so we did like a recent binge of Netflix horror movies, and none of them were groundbreaking or, you know, like best horror movies of the last 5 years or something. But the ones that I ended up thinking the most about and, you know, I guess appreciating in the long run were not even the ones that necessarily seemed like high art in the moment, but just the ones with sufficiently interesting premises or just that contorted points of view in just the right way that you just find your mind naturally going back to them without even immediately knowing why in the following days, weeks, months afterwards. I think it says a lot about a story when it's able to achieve that. I'm not even sure what I want to prioritize with Dohalim as part of the problem. Improved healing. Oh, I already unlocked improved healing arts. An AG boost feels like it would be good. I mean, having more arts feels like it would be good too, but I don't really know what I'm going for. Mobility seems good for a one-on-one battle. Yeah, there are a lot of people with a lot of love for it. And I feel like a lot of the complaints are fairly superficial, if not vacuous, about just, you know, Squall being an emo core sad boy or things like that, which is not really adequate reason for staying away from a game, just because people have said that about it. I mean, pick your favorite JRPG antagonist, and I'm sure someone has said that about that character at one point or another, in one venue or another. I hope those were good choices. Oh, you're really giving me the itch to want to go play it, which is not a good itch to have while I'm working through a different JRPG series in such depth. I don't know what to do here. Why not? We'll try that. Alright, let's see how this goes. I don't have high hopes, but we'll see. Yeah, that's what we need. Stacking another JRPG stream on top of Tales of Praxis. Stranger things have happened.
Okay.
I wouldn't put it past us. I am fully prepared. Let us begin. I hope you're ready. Here I come.
This one will be difficult to predict.
What's our kit? We can use items in this battle, right? Yeah, we can. Alright, so let's try to get some strike arts, maybe? Sanguine Blossom. Crescent Slash. Well, you know that I can't say enough good things about 9, and I can't recommend it in strong enough terms. And I think I said this the other night, but Eternia has only gotten me thinking more about 9 again, because I think they say such interesting things in conversation with one another, being each other's contemporary, and just, like, thematic soulmates in a lot of ways. So, yes. Please, please, please go back to that at some point, and I, in kind, will do my best to get to Final Fantasy VIII. That can be our little informal deal.
Begin! Does it hurt? Crush and fly! Nothing will hold in your face! Ha! Dance on the wind! Elusive deity! I'll face you! Crescent flash! Rhapsody, a new melody! Rider! Prepare to be sealed! Can't get out of this!
He's very floaty, which is not the worst thing for this kind of fight, so I'm actually hoping this won't be a nightmare.
Can you take it? Death on the wind.
Alright, we have a deal. The deal is struck.
Rotating pile driver. Elusive deity.
Out of the woods, it seems.
Instinct in your face. Can you take it? The tempest engulfs you. Rhapsody of darkness. Elusive deity. Rotating pile driver. Can you take it? Your mark. Rhapsody of darkness.
This has a most peculiar taste.
Sanguine blossom. Crescent flash. Elusive deity. Tornado drive. Can you take it? Take this. The tempest engulfs you. In a bind. Rhapsody of darkness. I'll face you. Rhapsody of darkness. I'll face you. The tempest engulfs you. Ha! Does it hurt? The tempest engulfs you.
I feel embarrassed for being so anxious about this fight. It would have been at least mildly harder if we couldn't use items, but Dohalim also has healing arts, so even that wouldn't have been too tough.
Rhapsody of darkness.
There we go.
Elusive deity.
It's hard to get it perfectly in the hitbox for that.
Out of the woods, it seems.
Crescent flash.
Ugh, darn it. I was no match for you. As expected of a former lord, your strength is
You did
something
well.
else. Your moves were quite impressive as well. It must have taken extraordinary effort to reach that level. That means the final victory is mine! Though it's hardly a satisfying feeling. Right. 60 wins and 61 losses. I lose. I was so close. After all that effort, too. Sorry, I need comfort and consolation. Oh, I know that feel. Wait, sorry. The one who wins your affection is the true victor. Now, come to me, Zari. Behold, I even have delectable delicacies.
What?
What? She won't even look in my direction.
Nice one!
Zari came to me. That means I win the battle of who she likes more, right? No. Dohalim's loss is your loss, Kisara. That means we end with 61 wins and 61 losses. It's a tie. Dohalim.
Sorry.
I apologize. I must have been blinded by conceit. Lord Dohalim, it was a good fight to the end. Next time I'd like to compete against yourself. Not on Kisara's behalf.
Okay.
I love a challenge, and I am always prepared to face you as your worthy rival.
What?
Her what? Hold it right there. I'm Legil's most worthy rival. No one else could ever. Our rivalry has already been settled. Starting today, Lord Dohalim is my new rival. Intriguing. Let us make our next competition one of heat endurance. And when that happens, I will join as well. I'm not giving up my position as your rival. I love it. A rivalry of rivalries. A true philosopher's
Defeated by
banquet.
McGill once again.
McGill's performance was very impressive. Who could have anticipated she'd have even stronger armor than before? I'll need to make a note to train more for future bouts.
I think getting closer with Zari would be faster than training.
I must do more intense training to prepare for my next showdown with Lord Dohalim. Of course, I'd accept a challenge from you too, Kisara. Maybe we should make it a three-way battle. A free-for-all. Alright. Miraculously, we have cleared the subquests, except the one which is where we were going anyways. Well, I should like us to have at least some run up to Ulzebek, as opposed to fast traveling directly
We've reached our
there,
destination.
so we can run through Messia 224 on the way there. This village hasn't changed one bit. The Snake Eyes have left, but now the Silver Swords are always watching us. I'd like to move to a better country, but I just couldn't stand living with Renans. Yeah, that's where prejudice will get you, buddy. All right, to Calaglia. Ulzebek is now the de facto capital of Calaglia and the autonomy center of the Crimson Crows. Heat Wave, where it all began for our hero Alphen back in the day. Oh, memorial. Probably for Zephyr, I would imagine. Orbis Calaglia, Ulzebek. Calaglia is still dependent on imports from other countries, but it can't be helped because there are no good local products. Yeah, that's what you get for living in a desert. Well, if it isn't the Blazing Sword, I can tell you more about this place if you'd like. Please! Let's start with the situation with the Renans. Until they relocate to Pelagian? Another word I can't remember how to pronounce in this game. We're keeping them in Mosgul to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Mosgul? I think Mosgul. It would be better for everyone if they could be relocated quickly, but unfortunately we lack the manpower. Now, some of the particularly dissatisfied ones have gone and moved out of Mosgul without permission. They can't control the Zeugles anymore, so I have no doubt they'd be better off in Mosgul. But we can't just give them the Lord's castle, so we have no choice but to bite our tongues for now. Oh, the changing climate. Tell me about that. Things have cooled off here in more ways than one, so life here is a lot easier than it was a year ago. The fires that raged all over have been extinguished, and crops grow more easily. If that's an effect of the merging of the worlds, well, then I suppose it was a blessing for Calaglia. Berg Volcano has become active, though, likely because of the merging, so I suppose there's been some good and some bad. Reconstruction! As you can see, everyone's working hard, but there's just nothing to build with. We can't even build a single house. Plus, everyone lived as slaves for so long that they've forgotten how to think for themselves. So they come to us Crimson Crows for everything. Some of my colleagues say they feel more like slaves now than before we were freed. Tell us more about the Crimson Crows. In reality, Nath's the one running things. Granar handles disputes, while Tilza covers medical care and the distribution of goods. I think it's a good division of duties. I mean, none of us could hold a candle to Zephyr. But Nath needs a little more peace of mind. If he keeps on like he is, he's going to end up with an ulcer. Ah, the stone monument, please tell us. You mean the stone monument partway up the side stairs? That's a memorial. Not only for Zephyr and the other comrades who fell in battle, but for everyone who died. We were hoping to make it more presentable when things settle down, when everything settles down, but I'm starting to think maybe we should keep it the way it is. You should stop by again. We're proud to have the Blazing Sword as a member. If there were one place that would always have faith in Alphen, it's the place from whence he came. The place whence he came, excuse me.
What's the matter, Law?
It's just weird how quiet it is.
Are you sure? Isn't this how it normally is?
Usually there's a little more going on, like building and repairing houses and stuff. But there's none of that.
Now that you mention it, you're right. Did they halt the repairs or something?
Well, if it isn't the Blazing Sword, and Law too.
Just call me Alphen.
But that's no way to speak to our hero and savior.
Hey, what's going on? It looks like the construction's on hold.
It is. Is that why you're here?
No, I was just wondering. Mind explaining?
You know how the Crimson Crows are in charge of reconstruction? Well, they've been busy lately. Which means the repairs on my house are taking forever. My family's tired of waiting so long. We could make some progress if we at least had materials. But those damn Zoogles.
So you want us to do something about that?
Yes! You can find what we need in the Iglia Wastes. Should be a cakewalk for a hero, right?
Well, they love throwing that H word around. Much to Elfin's chagrin.
Talk about getting carried away. Sheesh.
I guess this is what heroes do now.
Alphen.
Still, we can't ignore this. Come on.
That's why you're really a hero, man. Because grunt work is as important to you as saving the world.
People rely on us
Grunt work
because
is how
we're
you save the
heroes.
world.
And we just drop everything to help them because it's expected of us. Is that really the way it should be?
Ooh, I'm getting interested. Is this DLC going to have something substantive to say in the end about the nature of worldwide heroes doing odd jobs and side quests and fetch quests? That would be really cool! Seems his brother, who he's always taken care of, is having some trouble. Zoogles have increased around the Fagan ruins, so there are all sorts of problems. Yeah, that would be a step too, wouldn't it? Arguing in favor of the value of enemies. Zoogle lives matter. This was the moment I was thinking about earlier today with Tales of Eternia, because I don't want to spoil it, even though it's such an old game, because it was such a cool moment, and it so thoroughly blew my mind when it happened in the game, even though it was like a 23-year-old game. So if anyone ever ends up picking it up, I am not going to be the person who spoiled it for you, but suffice to say, Tales of Eternia serves as precedent to demonstrate that the Tales series can be extremely radically thoughtful in terms of meditating on the nature of the lives of enemies whom you don't take to matter and aren't coded as relevant individuals with intrinsic value as players. And then it calls you right out for the way that you're thinking about it. Turns you on your heel. Alright, it's growing nicely. They're much bigger and juicier than before. The temperatures have dropped and harvesting is going much better. A blessing of the merging of the worlds.
What's this thing?
6,500 gold. Excellent. Ah yes, now we should pick up the side quest that is here before we move on.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like
Crap!
Damn it. How to bring it anyway? At this rate, I can't place it there anymore.
Hey!
What are you muttering about? Is something wrong? Wrong? Well, yeah, the truth is, I want to retrieve some clothes near the Fagan ruins.
Really?
Clothes? Why would there be clothes around there? They've been thrown away by Renans. I got rid of the Zoogles inside and started living there. Sometimes they throw away clothes they don't need anymore. Probably clothes that were already in the ruins. Yes, now that you mention it, there were some clothes in there. But aren't they damaged? Well, I am a tailor after all. Clothes with stains or holes are still perfectly wearable with a little washing and mending.
Guess.
There still aren't enough supplies in Calaglia. People wear any clothes they can get their hands on. Yeah, and Renan clothes are really nice quality, as you'd imagine. Even used clothing can be stylish with the right touch. But apparently Renans would never dream of wearing anything used. They just throw stuff away willy-nilly. So I've been going there to collect clothes periodically when there aren't any Renan guards around. With that wasteful attitude of theirs, what do they expect to do if they run out of things to wear? They can't let go of their sense of entitlement from living at the top of the system based on the enslavement of others. Well, whatever the reason, their trash is my treasure, that's for sure. There's just one problem. There's been a lot of Zoogles gathering around the Fagan ruins lately. So that's what you wanted help with. Hard to collect clothes with Zoogles coming after you, am I right?
Well?
In that case, why don't we help out with the Zoogles? Clothing is a necessity in adding color to people's lives. That's true.
Yeah!
For the sake of the clothes. Alright then, we'll get rid of those Zoogles for you. And for everyone else in Calaglia, too. Really? That would be much appreciated. I couldn't ask for more. Just leave it to us. Oh, and one more thing. Earlier you said something about how you can't place it there. Huh? What was that about? Is there something else bothering you too? No, that was nothing. just deal with those Zoogles, please. I'll get the clothes back on my own. Right. We're on it. It'll probably never come up again.
That phrasing has got me especially curious.
What exactly can't be placed, and where? Could it have something to do with collecting clothing?
I don't know, but something seems off. Zoogles have been gathering recently, huh?
Oh, the Blazing Sword. Thanks a ton for coming back. It's good to know you're with us on our mission to look out for Zoogles. Oh. Owners with great businesses retiring is always a sad thing. Then you worry the businesses will change and it won't be the same. That's so funny though. Yeah, I feel like you've gotten more than one call out with the names and unintended references in these games, Chrissy. Hey, if it isn't the Blazing Sword, when did you come back? Reconstruction is slow, and there are Zoogles and Renans outside the city, but I'm relieved to know you're here. I am jealous of your Brits pub culture. We don't have anything like that around here. Just nice food, cozy atmosphere, good company. Nothing quite like that. I still have very fond memories of the one time I went to UK to speak at an academic conference, a post-grad conference in philosophy in Southampton. I don't know whether we've talked about this before, actually, but one time I went to Southampton to speak at a postgraduate philosophy conference, and it was just the classic academic conference thing where you go and do the talks all day and then just keep the talks going as you wander down to the local pub. And just, oh, what a special magic to that. I think I still think about it so fondly because that experience and that kind of just engagement with a community has never really been replicated in any other part of my life that I've discovered so far. I'm not asking for a house like those in other countries. I just want to live in a decent one. I heard it's hard to get supplies. We could try talking to the Crimson Crows. Oh, what? A JRPG series with interesting insights and references to make to real life? No, that could never happen. Perish the thought. Oh, that's so nice of you to say, Chrissy. And you know I would be more than delighted to do something like that too. Well, you know, I popped briefly into London last year, and that definitely renewed the itch for me. So yeah, let's especially if you have reason to chat with me anyway about some of the academic stuff. If you want to cite me for grant work or something similar, let's put our heads together and mull about what that might look like. Might be a fun trip to plan for early 24 or something like that. Be a lot of fun. And you know there's nothing I love more than talking about this stuff with like-minded thinkers. Especially in a venue where we could just wander off to the local pub and keep the conversation going afterwards over a pint. I'm so bummed. I'm not going to remember the name of the pub, but for the longest time after that conference, it was a conference, I had this commemorative pint glass because the pub to which we went, it was like Kismet. There was a special festival happening there that weekend, and so they had special commemorative glasses just for that, which I don't think they were selling, but I tucked it surreptitiously away into my bag because I wanted a memento. And then, of course, years later, as happens, the glass broke. But the memories are forever. But I do still wish I had that pint glass. Yeah, great stuff. We'll talk. Did you need something from the clinic? Sorry, but Doc's out of town. Oh, Doc. I wanted to see him. Well, it seems like Cole is with him, so I'm sure they'll be back sooner or later. I imagine we might run into him in the main storyline. Well, I want to go on to those, to the subquest and also to the main story in the Igleo Waste, but I wanted to find where the memorial was.
Here, did they not? Yes, this is where Shion and I met. Everything started with that moment.
Who
knows where we'd all be right now if you two hadn't run into each other.
If I hadn't met Alphen or the rest of you... No, I don't even want to imagine what that'd be like.
Life is full of surprises, both good and bad.
That's right. When things get tough, we just have to stick together and trust that there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
It's you, so you're back. Everything's the same here. Problems are being added faster than they're getting solved. If the citizens ask you for help, I'd appreciate it if you could listen to them. Yeah, even Nath, the leader of the autonomous government here, pawning the odd jobs off to the heroes. As I think about it, it would be stranger if we had a DLC like this following up on the saving of the world, and it didn't have something interesting to say about the way in which the literal saviors of the world are running around doing these sorts of odd jobs. So I'm interested to see that continue to unwind here. Hey, it's you. Good to see you're back. I was just talking with my buddies about how we wished you were here. Welcome aboard. Hey, Alphen. Good to see you. Other than those annoying Zoogles and some occasional quarreling between residents, we're getting by. I wasn't afraid of Zoogles when Zephyr was here. Now we can't even go collect some materials. How about asking the Blazing Sword? I'm sure he'd slash him down in a heartbeat. Yeah, it's interesting. The more I'm thinking about this, the more my gears are turning in my head. It's like the Blazing Sword. Of course, that's a title signifying Alphen as this hero and liberator, and a reference to the literal blazing sword that he drew from the core and used in conjunction with Shion through the whole game. But also, I think in this new context that he's wrestling with, where he's being, put to work as this kind of tool for everyone in solving their problems, it's also telling and interesting in a different light that he's referred to as the blazing sword, since what is a sword, right? It's an instrument. It's an object that is used by someone. So is perhaps he also being used by people in the same way that a sword would be for their own purposes and ends? Well, I'm sure we'll have reason to reflect on this memorial in incoming quests or sub-quests. But nice to pay a quiet moment of respect here, even without the opportunity for dialogue. For all those who have fallen, but Zephyr especially. Alright, to the Iglia Wastes. I think? Yeah. The party's fully recovered.
The Iglia Wastes haven't changed. Still nothing but Zoogles living here.
Not to be rude, but it's not exactly the sort of place I'd want to live anyway.
Alright, so we have a bunch of Zoogle cleanup for main quest and sub-quest. Oh no, the main quest is material gathering. I misspoke.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Now you see what I can do! Okay! Rising flame!
Now we're
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Leave it to you!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'll break the cycle!
No, here and now! Dragon Swarm! You're finished! Here I come! Away! Double Demon Fang!
Looks like it could be worth something.
Is that what we're looking for?
Yes. Sturdy pumice stone. I'm in. A porous rock produced by volcanic activity. It is commonly used as building material for houses in Calabria.
Guess I misread the landing.
This is another exploration track I love. It's amazing how thoroughly they can get ingrained in your head after spending so many happy or perhaps challenging hours, depending on the context, adventuring through different areas of a vast game such as this.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Even after years, like, that was one of the things that was really remarkable to me about going back to Tales of Vesperia. I did not have a memory of having spent that much time in that world, and yet every single musical track, just the sheer nostalgia and sensory memories that channeled for me, was remarkable. Like it had just been nestled in my subconscious for years without my realizing.
Further away, the better. You and I both.
Radiant finishing!
You shouldn't have messed with me!
Blazing swords all fired up!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I heard Calaclia's climate became milder after the worlds merged, but this is...
It has only become milder in comparison to before. If it were to change too fast, neither the people nor plant life would be able to keep up.
That's not quite what I meant.
I hope one day the people in this realm have enough water to go swimming whenever they want.
Would be nice.
Show you what the waters have created.
Jesus. Ugh, I misread that. He's as bad as I am about it.
Dragon Swarm! Eat this! Coming through! Ha! Now!
Didn't really want to trigger that yet.
Scarlet Inferno!
For the power of flame!
I'll finish you here and now!
In here! I'll be saving you!
Try hard, not a chance! No escape!
We're in the home stretch, guys.
Over what she said!
Eyes on the prize. That focus goes so energy raw.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Here, I'll try harder! My turn! Strike! Double Demon Fang! Dazzle! This one's all mine! I'll incinerate! Leave the target for mission! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Reload! Light burst forth!
Radiant finishing!
My turn! Blow away! Struck! It's too much! It's over! Here I come!
Now! So, this ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Glad I remembered to do that.
Here we go!
No further!
In between heaven and earth.
I'll take you all on! Dazzle! I'm not done! Rising Falcon!
Don't leave a weak point!
Come on! I'm not done! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! Rising Blade!
No, I dodged that.
Glacial spear.
Lies game. Why are you lying to me?
Raging cascade. Radiant blast. Pierce. Astral energy.
Say no more!
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
I think I'm getting stronger.
Oh yeah? Think you could beat me at arm wrestling?
When have I...
Gone! Can't get out of this!
Mega ray.
Eat this!
Light activation.
Soaring Light Spear!
Boy, the DLC has really left us without Nazamil for longer than I expected. We haven't seen her at all this stream. It makes her feel like more of a fleeting presence in the party's lives than I was expecting. I'm sure it'll be momentous in one way or another when she reemerges.
Lightning reflexes!
for all you know, she might be watching them right now.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Not a chance!
By the
I'm just getting started! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
There it is. That's our target.
Gonna break through!
That'll bring you down!
Come and face me!
Here I go! Dragon Swarm! Eagle Assault! A wailing beast!
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Not a chance! I'm on it! Get got fire!
I've got it! Let a marksman handle it!
Rising Falcon! All yours! In the quarters!
Here we go! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Good, good. All the flyers. Blast bees. Not the blast bees.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
At least we can waste them all at once with one finisher. I love
Let's
that.
keep our eyes on the prize.
Definitely helps with the flow of battles. Oh yeah, that looks like a special one.
Well, if you're up for being the decoy.
No, thanks. Let's turn back.
That dialogue made me feel like this one might be a little outside our comfort zone, but we're here. And that's what saving is for. Oh, 89? I don't feel good about this at all. And it won't let us run away, right? Yeah. Ooh. Well, that's why we save.
Come on, one final blow. Seal, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Want me to pick up your...
Just pointing it out.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
It looks like you got it more color.
Come apart to your heart's content.
Annihilation! A wailing beast! Let me help. First aid!
Here I go.
It's in the sky! That'll bring her down! I can do this all day! Hear my call!
You're mine!
If we can...
This ends now! Double demon bag if you will!
Freeze Lancer! In here!
I'm such a failure.
I really didn't refill on life bottles. God.
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Not doing very well with remembering to check if those shots.
I could do this all day.
Here's another one! Far enough! Pain between
Get out of this!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Not a chance!
I'll fix you up!
Dragon Swarm!
Here you go! The water will beat it! Magic is there!
Take this!
Radiant
You're mine!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Lightning thrust!
Armor won't save you.
Soaring Vesperia! Rising Falcon!
God damn it. Fuck. I was too greedy. I'm really not using life bottles if I can avoid it, since we have so few of them.
Ready and rare. Try harder. My turn. Take this.
Need to pull myself together. Radiant here.
You're mine. I'm not done. Coming here. No. Catch him here.
Holy glimmer. Holy
I really owe you so much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that is silly.
Get toasty.
Bird strike.
I'll bring you back from death.
Come on, Shion, work faster. Thank you.
I'll finish you here and now.
Ah, there you go. See, it's sticky once you spend some time with it. And I have to imagine it's one of the more interesting combat systems to watch, if I had to guess. Not that I'm an expert in that, but as I said before, pretty dynamic and engaging. And the music helps too.
Where are you going? Dance in the wind.
Not today. I want Take this. Rip hair. Dragon form.
Yes, it will be awesome to have you, Chrissy. I think many of our Tales regulars have just been electing to work through it on their own for the first time rather than doing it by proxy on the stream, so pleasure to have more company in the real life JRPG party.
My turn. Take it.
Fuck! I only have 2 life bottles left though. But we're so close.
I
regret everything.
I can't do anything. Freeze Lantern! I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Here I come. Strike.
I'll heal you
You're
up.
mine. Lewis, get
Healing circle. I'll bring you back from
Can't
death's
move.
abyss. Came between heaven and earth. Resuscitation! The flames will burn! Burning strike! Raging!
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of the magic of it, isn't it?
Just say the word and I'm there. I can't believe it's come to this.
Where are you going? Feel! Here it comes!
Can you revive us, or... Come on, shoot. Alright. Fuck it.
you. Stay away from my friend. We've got him on the run.
Don't get caught!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Dragon form.
Try this! The waters of creation!
Not done yet.
Healing circle! They're not playing around!
God, these bombs! The first time he did it, I thought he was just summoning more weenies. And I wish that's what he was doing, because that's so much less dangerous than all of these bombs. Okay, we're out of life bottles. Can't afford for Alpha to go down
Oh, you are gonna pay for that! Armor won't sink!
I'll bring you back from
Get out of
death
bed!
back from death
Here I come! Hurricane! Not my finest. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Here I come! Dragon
Oh,
form!
come on, so close.
Not today!
Now!
There we go.
Astral energy!
Say the
Whew. I had to burn through all of our good items, but it was nice to get that over and done with.
I can't believe I'm still getting stronger.
I bet the
At
time will
least we
come
got
when
a
you'll be
level from it.
grateful you have that power on your side.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right about that.
Whew, boy. And after that little diversion, we can wind around that way.
What's this thing?
I needed a
Is it just
redemption
me, or
arc
is anyone else
with a
peckish?
wasp-type enemy anyway, because I never properly got revenge after Evie literally stuck her nose where it didn't belong this summer and discovered a nest of wasps outside my building. And they stung her,
This
the
might
poor
go
little
well in
thing.
that new recipe.
They stung me too, but I was less
Can't
concerned
wait to see
about
what you
that.
make.
So
You're the one making it.
I've been angling to get revenge on anything wasp
Is
related
that
for
the
a
Zulu
minute
we were
here.
told to dispatch?
Yes, over here.
An opponent like this should be easy.
After that boss, I think a lot of enemies have been pretty easy.
Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Dragon form! Get it!
The blocking parts are weak points.
Crush!
Back into the fray.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon hurricane! Take this! Lightning thrust! Take this!
Alphen artfully dodges out of the way, and Law just gets absolutely pummeled. We got ours too, though.
Go for it. Prepare to crumble. Let's go again.
Now! Thermalast!
Do
without this pain. Okay, here I go. Nice. Now you coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet
And that takes care of the Zulus. Wait, what's this? There's more than just clothing here. The leftovers of some kind of meal. What's it doing in a place like this? For now, let's report back to Ulzebek.
Is that man perhaps helping to feed the Renans? Alright, well this time I am going to remember to restock on life bottles. I would say I'm not going to make that mistake twice, but I think that battle marked the second time in this playthrough that I've made that exact mistake. Hopefully I won't make that mistake thrice, I guess. I think that's good enough for now. Is there anything we can forge? Yes! Alright. Improve our lot in life, please. Fantastic. It's better than we were.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Yes, we did. Is that the blazing sword? Stay away. This place belongs to the Renans. We built these facilities in the first place. You have no right to complain. The Renan ruins where we found clothes for Shion way back at the beginning of Tales of Arise. Now reclaimed by displaced and dehomed Renans.
Normally we'd be asleep right now.
This isn't an inn, Alphen. Snap to it.
Right.
That was nothing.
Time to work off that last meal.
Don't come any closer. This starship belongs to us Renans. This is a relic of our civilization. You people can't just do whatever you want with it. Boy, the unspoken irony of Renans defending relics of their civilization when the Renan oppressors completely stampeded over and appropriated the relics of Dain culture and denied them their own history and heritage in the way that we were talking about back in Cislodia. Irony can be so painful. It was horse sashimi, yes. It gives a big boost to attack, so it is a useful evil, I guess you might say. Mosgo is a ramshackle place for slaves, and Fagin has been run down and dirty for ages. Agreed. Why did we have to land in a ruinous wasteland like this? When Lenegus was destroyed, the people managed to escape, but many things we couldn't load on the ships were lost. Fruck? What is Fruck? I don't think I even know what that is. What is Frickendell? Same thing applies. I don't know what that is. I don't know if I want to know. Oh, hot dog from Horus. Oh, I mean, to each their own, but that's hard for me to wrap my head around. I will admit. I do think I'm the kind of person who would try most things once, but some would be harder
You're
than
the one who
others.
did the heavy lifting.
Dan has a good Japan story about one time when he was served horse without realizing it. I think one time after he came in after a long trek and was hungry and was served something kind of without being asked. So he just ate it and he's like, oh, that kind of seemed gamey. And then afterwards, turns out there was a reason. He tells the story much better than I do. Fine-grained clay.
Everything we need is here.
Hopefully this will help the reconstruction.
Yeah, I think he had a
start
similar
again.
reaction to that, Chrissy.
You're lost in your thoughts again.
Probably a pretty common reaction.
Probably the blazing sword they needed, not me.
People who know you see you.
Oh my goodness, well yeah, I can understand that too.
We all have a hard time with the discrepancy between our true self and the impression others have of us. But I doubt such knowledge will help you feel any better right now.
Hey, why don't we go back to Ulzebek? There's no point in staying here anyway.
Right. Let's go.
I won't forgive you! Denied! Here's a healing
Attack time! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Don't you think you saved up enough power at this point? I was just waiting for the right moment. Stop being shy and just go for it like you always do.
Excellent. I wasn't sure whether we had unlocked Rising Phoenix for Alphen. One of my favorites, and a Tales classic.
Thanks, Shion.
Dating all the way back to the first game, if you were curious. Alright, back we go. One's own master is what this main quest is called.
Back, are you? How did it go?
Not bad. It should be all taken care of.
Oh, wow, that's great! I knew I could count on the blazing sword. Thank you, I really appreciate it.
The blazing sword until the bitter end, huh? I wonder what he would have done if I'd turned him down.
Well, I guess. He probably would have been disappointed that you couldn't help him.
But I can't help everyone. It's like I'm doomed to fail them. Sometimes I think Volron was right.
Ugh. Never thought I'd
This is
hear
my only
Elfin
choice.
say that.
Drop everything every time someone needs help? Is that even me anymore? I talk to Nazamil like I'm some sort of role model. But look at me. What future?
Alphen.
I knew it would be like this if I came to the city. Why did I agree to come?
Alphen. Why did you save me? Was it just because you were a hero?
No, of course not. That's not it. I just...
You chose to fight because you had a reason, right? Regardless of what that reason may have been. Don't forget that you have friends. That there are people who can help guide you. That's part of the reason why I wanted you to come here with me. It's because I wanted to help remind you of that fact. From what I remember, there should be someone in this city who can help you in ways that the rest of us can't.
Doc.
Crimson Crows? No, not them.
She's talking about Doc.
Doc.
Ah.
Right. Doc.
His one
Oh,
friend
yeah.
and mentor and
Doc's
supporter
living in
back in
Olsbeck
his
now.
slave days. Oh, I love this. I love too that idea because I've been extolling the virtues of a game that's concerned with looking to the children and the next generation and making different things possible for them, but the bidirectionality of that as well, you know, where, like we were joking about earlier, so many of these adults are stodgy and stuck in their ways and clearly not going to participate in a new, better world order of coexistence. But for someone like Alphen, who's really invested in trying to be a role model and help lift up the next generation, how painful and uncomfortable it can be sometimes to see oneself through their eyes, and the way in which that can raise questions about the choices you've made and the activities you've participated in that were never questions in, say, the previous narrative, where you were just making those choices based on your own context and the context shared with your friends, but didn't have the same felt sense of obligation to account for those actions in a way that would allow people following in your footsteps to choose what to do next of their own accord. If I know you based on the way you're eyeing this game, Chrissy, I don't think you'll be ignorant for long. We took care of the Zeugles around the Fagan ruins. You did? Thank you for your help. Now I can safely gather more Renin clothes. So, mind if I ask something? What is it? I've been thinking about what you meant about not being able to place it there anymore. Were you talking about leaving food in front of the ruins by any chance? What? How did you... There were scraps left by Zeugles in front of the ruins. It wasn't like feed or anything. It was obviously human food. Plus, there's got to be some reason Zeugles keep gathering there, right? Makes sense. That's uncharacteristically clever for you, Law.
Hey!
Hey, it's not uncharacteristic. You're right, though. I was leaving food there, for the Renans who live in the lower areas. Lower areas? What do you mean? Some Renans from Vicent went to check on the people living in the ruins a while ago. According to them, The Renans living in the ruins have a social hierarchy that determines where people can live. The higher-ranking Renans live in the upper area with less damage, while the lower classes live in the more ragged section below. Those with power control those without power. Even after the Dain liberation, the Renans have recreated the same system amongst themselves. Yep, I didn't know about it, so I was surprised, and it really got stuck in my mind. So I started leaving food there sometimes, in return for the clothes, I guess. I see what you're getting at now. Pretty strange, isn't it? Feeling sorry for the people who caused us so much suffering. No, it's not. It's not strange at all. I think we need more people like you and Caligula in the future. People who extend a hand to someone in trouble, no matter whether they're Dain or Renan. I sure hope people will do that. Thank you. You really helped out a lot this time, Law. This time? Don't you mean as always? Nice to have some moments of people doing the right
Walls
thing
have been torn down and the worlds have
amidst all
become
the
one.
cynicism.
But people still divide themselves.
Some do, but not everyone. Take that tailor, for instance.
You're right. As long as there are those who try to join hands together, we can move forward, even if only one step at a time.
I was just interested to check quickly whether any more subquests had come up. Looks like we've cleared them all. Unless there's some hiding, but I think the game is usually pretty transparent about that. Yeah, I think we're good for now.
You're looking good, Doc.
You aren't looking too good yourself, though. I've been wondering when you'd show up. So, what is it? I don't know what you're struggling with, but just spit it out. That's the reason you've come here, isn't it?
I think affection is putting it generously. My working theory is just attention. She gets very frustrated, especially during these longer streams, just not being the center of Dad's universe for any extended period of time. That's one of the reasons that I take the breaks for these Beyond the Dawn streams, to refresh my water and get my act together, but also to give her a few pats and remind her that she is the most important being in the entire universe. Not that she needs reminding, but she needs reminding that I know that to be the case.
I can't keep any secrets from you, can I? So, the truth is...
I see. So everyone comes to you asking for your help.
I don't mind being relied on. I mean, I'm happy to help. It's just that...
They take it for granted because you're a hero. That must be tough. I don't blame you.
I just don't understand. Renans hate me without question, while Dainans call me a hero. Who in the world am I?
We spend such a long time as slaves. In some ways, I suppose we're still trying to get free. Listen, Alphen. How many hands do you have?
Hands? Well, I have 2.
And how many things can you hold at once with those 2 hands? You think the blazing sword can hold hundreds or thousands of things at once just because he's a hero? Nonsense.
Well...
All they see is the legend. They can't tell the difference between Alphen the person and Alphen the blazing sword. That's your real problem, isn't it? So you need to tell them. Remind them that you only have 2 hands.
Are you saying I should abandon people even when they're asking for my help?
Not at all. You want to help everyone. That's a great mindset, and there's nothing wrong with it. However, in order for you to meet everyone's needs, you would have to grow 1,000 hands. No, even 1,000 wouldn't be enough. You'd still miss something, and the people would still complain. All you can do is choose what's important to you, What will you do with just those 2 hands of yours? You are the one who decides, Elfin. Not the people, not the blazing sword, but you.
I decide. I decide for myself. I do.
This game is so smart, dude. I was truly just thinking earlier this very stream, man, I'm starting to get a little overwhelmed by all these subquests. It feels like there's just too much to do, and especially with the cadence of the main storyline and everything we've been working through there, it seems like such a distraction. And what a testament to the thoughtfully, meticulously orchestrated pacing of the overall game that they undoubtedly wanted us to have exactly that experience, because it's essential to the story that Alphen is wrestling with it. That is so cool. The idea of integrating the slave's mindset into a sense of servitude for the sake of helping others and being too beholden to their ends to be able to even consider what you want for yourself. What an interesting and thoughtful, like, structural overlay in terms of the nature of games and the various ways in which to engage the different sub-storylines that we're working through with more familiar themes of the kind that we got in stuff like Dawn of the New World, and even Alicia's story, the DLC for Tales of Zestiria, and those various portraits of individuals who were transmogrified into legacies and mythologies rather than people with their own interests and lives to lead. You're not going to ask anything? You're the one who should be giving me an answer. However, looks like you've realized something. Yes. But I still haven't quite made sense of it for myself. Then let's rest here for now. You can think about it overnight. No rush.
Mosgul is being used as housing for Renans, so we can't go in.
The Renans there must be living pretty rough.
They say it's temporary until they can relocate to Pelagian, at the very least. I hear it's been improved quite a bit since Doc and I lived there.
Oh, I think I just delighted myself because I think I had a thought of where the DLC is going to go next, just based on the way that Bandai Namco advertised its quest structure. I don't even want to spoil it, but I just put 2 and 2 together in my head, and I'm very delighted by it. Good on items, right? Now I'm hypersensitive to that. Yo, looks like we're good. Alright. A responsible player would probably upgrade accessories at some point, but that just seems like too much for Aaron to wrap his head around right now. Oh, the Blazing Sword and his crew. You're not just passing by without staying here, are you? Good morning. So, did you figure things out? Oh no, I'm impressed that you can type as much as you do on your phone. I feel like I would need to watch Twitch on my laptop if I did it, just with all the typing. But maybe I'm underestimating myself. It was great seeing you, Chrissy. I'm so glad that you had a free evening and decided to drop by. Honored that you would spend it with me and with us on Tales of Praxis, especially for the DLC to a game you haven't played. And delighted that you're hooked. If you missed the schedule or what I was saying at the beginning, we're doing it in the same 5-hour block tomorrow, and it's planned for Monday and Tuesday too. I'm not totally sure how long the DLC is going to be. So yeah, if you have more time and want to drop by, otherwise the VODs will be back, but it's always a pleasure chatting and hanging out with you. So glad that you hung out this evening, and I will look forward to chatting with you in one form or another, on one occasion or another, sooner rather than later. You have a great rest of your night, okay? And sleep well. So, did you figure things out? I think so. I want to speak to everyone. Everyone. The Crimson Crows and the people who live here. I want to tell them, too. Actually, they're the main ones I want to tell, in my own words. If that's your answer, then there is nothing for me to say. Ah, the motif of finding your answer. From so many JRPGs, but even from the Tales series, we saw that as a key and central motif throughout Tales of Zestiria. Cheers, I'll look forward to it. You too, Chrissy. Next time. Let's ask Nath to gather everyone for us. Best of luck, Alphen.
What's going on?
I don't know, but it's gotta be something big. That's the blazing sword, you know.
Everyone, listen. I once fought with my friends against the Renan Lords. I did so because I thought it was the way to save everyone. I always thought that I had an obligation to fight, to help those unable to fend for themselves. But I realized I was wrong. I can certainly fight to some extent, but I'm still just a human. I'm not a god or a hero.
What are you saying?
No way! You mean you're not going to help us anymore? That's not what I'm saying. I want to do all I can. But not because I'm some hero. Not because anyone told me to. I want to do it because I choose to. Even so, there's a limit to what I can do. And that's why.
You're saying you'll be a hero who helps when you're truly needed.
Nath.
When Zephyr died, we foisted that responsibility entirely on you, rather than sharing the burden. Eventually, you'll be gone, just like Zephyr. Everyone dies in the end, whether they are a hero or not. We need to learn to fend for ourselves, and not rely entirely on you. Or on any individual, for that matter. Am I right?
Right. Exactly. I believe that is the path to real, lasting freedom. For all of us. But each and every one of you will need to work together. I'm asking for your help.
You heard him. The time for depending completely on others is over. From here on out, we have to find ways to do whatever we can on our own. As long as we work together, I'm sure we'll be fine. Go ahead and leave the rest to us. You focus on yourself. I'm sorry for burdening you with so much up until now.
Thanks.
Wow, that's awesome. What a coda for a game like this.
Feeling better.
The thing that was missing was that the people who were saved and who were put into these new communities by the hero had to learn how to outgrow the hero himself in order to survive and thrive on their own terms. And in order that he might be able to be a person rather than this object.
Better?
Yeah. I guess, in the end, it seems I was bound by the word hero myself.
You freaked me out when you suddenly decided to talk to everyone on your own like that.
Those who depend entirely on others cannot truly call themselves free. A good lesson that we all should keep in mind.
The people here will eventually understand. I really believe that.
If everyone can learn to truly think and decide for themselves, I think they'll start seeing a lot of things differently. And hopefully, one day, they'll realize that the differences between Danins and Renins don't matter at all.
So then, now that you've decided to follow your heart, what do you want to do next, Alphen?
I want to find Nazamil. I'm not sure what she's going through, but I can't help but feel like she needs us. But first, I want to go to Niez.
Yes.
I want to speak to the people in different cities like I did in Olzebek. I'll start with Niez. I'll start sowing the seeds in every town, so that maybe, one day...
That's quite an undertaking. Difficult for a hero, let alone one man.
Well, I guess we'll just have to lend him a hand then, won't we?
Niez it is then.
True freedom.
Unlike Ulzebek, both Danins and Renins live in Niez. How do you plan to start?
Good question. Do you think we should talk to people separately or together?
Separately would raise questions. I believe at the same time is better.
Commit to living in the new world, for the day when all binds are cut loose. That's what it's all about, right? Alphen finding a way to actually live rather than just serving others. I was thinking about it too because you might recall one of the things that I raised at the beginning of this adventure through Beyond the Dawn was that I was really wondering how are they going to extend the story of what it takes for the world to be fully realized, following up from the fact that Alphen seemingly called on the astral energy of everyone in Dana and seemed to, at least in a certain important sense, get their consent on kind of the cosmological level for the fusion between Dana and Rena. And so there was kind of a mutual agreement between all parties in a way that was not present in something like the unification of Tetheala and Silverant at the end of Tales of Symphonia. But it seems almost like perhaps part of the way to interpret this arc in the light of the ending and how to move beyond it is that Alphen was able to facilitate the fusion between worlds, but he had to call on everyone in order to acquire that consent from them and participation in the fusion of the worlds. And so, part of what it is for the world to move beyond the hero is to help cultivate in everyone the independence to act and express their energy of their own accord in pursuit of the best possible outcome for the world and the way in which the world should be, such that all of those individual energies that constitute all of the people on Dana can, determine their own trajectory in the future, as opposed to needing to be harnessed by a single focal point or conduit in the way that Alphen served as the blazing sword in that unifier of worlds at the end of the main game. I love that. It's a way of empowering the universe in the future by empowering the individuals, and individuals of all kinds, both treating Alphen as someone who is his own man and able to pursue his own interests, and giving everyone else the language and models according to which to do the same with their behavior.
If we find anyone who needs help here...
I know. We'll make sure to ask what's wrong.
And yet, this is really interesting to me because I was almost gearing up to get really interested in the idea of perhaps once Alphen makes this kind of speech to people in an area like Ulzebek, perhaps there won't be any more subquests because they'll be taking things on and helping each other with their tasks as opposed to reaching out to the group for that kind of support. So it's very interesting to me that immediately after that speech, within line of sight, there's someone indicated on the map as asking for help. Actually, maybe two people, it looks like. So I'll be interested to see. Let's go and pick up these subquests at least and see whether the tenor of that request for help or the agreement to help has changed following Alphen's talk.
Yay!
Calagliho! Come on in. Oh, it's you, Alphen.
Hey.
You're looking well, Cole. Helping out at the shop today?
Yeah!
You know it. Gladys's donuts are so popular, we've been swamped. You guys here to buy some
Yes.
too? Oh, they were in Cislodon also. Absolutely. Not a moment's hesitation. Still, it looks like that Gladys's donuts have become a real local delicacy. Oh, we're thriving thanks to the recipe you gave us. Gordino drops by from time to time too. Something about making sure we follow that recipe to the letter. That's a first-rate gastronomist for you. He wants to see for himself that his flavor is being reproduced. Yeah, I think the innovation of these donuts were the end result of the multiple quests with Gordino and his recipe developments during the main game, if memory serves. But then just like that, he'll run off somewhere. The gastronomy, it calls to me, he says. Still, he's the reason more people can fry donuts these days.
Nice.
How wonderful. That means a tasty donut's always a stone's throw away now. I've actually got a bit of a problem, though. We actually have a caravan going to sell Gladys's donuts outside of Calaglia. We also got them to start harvesting wheat all over Calaglia. That sounds like less of a problem and more of a good thing to me. It would be if not for our caravan being attacked by Zeugles in the Iglia wastes. The caravan happened to toss some donuts, which caught the Zeugles' attention and got them chowing down. That gave the caravan a chance to slip away. Right. Too bad about the lost product, but at least they made it back in one piece. Since then, the caravan's gotten into the habit of tossing donuts if a Zeugle attack looks imminent. And now the Zeugles have taken a liking to them and attacked the caravan specifically to get the donuts. It's bad for the caravan and bad for business. They've snatched over 100 by this point.
Can't be.
How awful. That's 3 days worth of snacks.
What?
What? Only 3 days?
Alphen.
I'm surprised it would hold her for that long. Alphen, this is a serious problem. We have to do something now.
Right.
Yes, let's take care of those Zeugles. Thanks, Alphen, but be careful. The Zeugles are dangerous. Interesting. It wasn't as much of a distinction from the acceptance of earlier subquests as I had expected.
Sacrificing donuts. Unforgivable.
What's up with Shion?
Hell hath no fury like a hungry Shion.
There you go. And I suppose, no, at least based on the speech that Alphen gave, it seems to primarily be a paradigm shift in terms of him saying, I'm still going to help, but I want you to understand that it's because of my intrinsic desire to help you rather than anything to do with me being a hero or being obligated to, because it's something that resonates with my core identity. So I guess seen through that light, perhaps we shouldn't expect the interactions to change that much, but you would think that even in naming that and changing the dynamic with the townspeople, there'd be a little bit of a different method of their approach or discussion about it. But maybe the thought is something like the intention according to which the act is expressed
I wonder how
can
people in
change
the S have been doing
without
since
that
we left.
being
People
manifested
often
in the
need some
precise
sort of
words
impetus
used.
to change their ways. In that sense, I doubt much has changed.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
It looked like there was another letter icon on the map, unless I am crazy, which is always possible. Okay, that's what it looks like. It's just hiding somewhere that's hard to reach. No, it's some kind of weird other icon. I don't know what that means. Can we highlight it on the map? Does it say something? No, but there's definitely something there. Let's go back up and try to catch it again. If we can't figure it out now, we can always go back to it later. I'm interested all the more for that icon looking kind of weirdly distinct. Nothing there. Well, we haven't spoken to these people. I guess we can talk to them. A number of people have offered to help since then. Thanks to you, we may be able to catch up on housing construction. Your speech was awesome. So, it has definitely had an impact, even if not in the conversations for acquiring subquests. You can't keep relying on others for everything. You have to do your own thing. Yes, but take it easy. Let's see what we can do. Just watch me. I'm ready for this. Even changing the hearts and minds of some of the elders. Significant for all the reasons we've been talking about. I don't understand what the Blazing Sword and the Crimson Crows want from us. What was that talk about? He said he's not abandoning us. We should just do what we can. A second ago, a boy asked me where he might find nutritious fruit. Don't tell me he went alone to the Iglia Wastes.
Looks like someone needs our help.
There we
Good
go.
grief, you're such a softie. Fine, let's go ask them what they want.
You're pretty caring yourself when it comes down to it, Shion. Or maybe Alphen's rubbed off on you.
It looks like a little representation of Shion, I think. Let's find out. Perhaps a Shion-specific quest. Oh, where could that boy have gone?
Hey.
What's wrong? Are you searching for someone? Alphen! Yes, I'm looking for my son. He went out to get some fruit, but he hasn't come back. So you came way up here to search from a higher vantage point. It shouldn't take that long to pop over to the shop for some fruit, right? I didn't give him any money, so I think he must have gone outside of town to pick it by himself. Is there anywhere nearby where fruit grows? It doesn't seem like there would be. Truth be told, I fell ill a few days back, and my son said he'd get some fruit to help me recover. Sounds like a kind boy. He always has been, but he's been so active ever since we were freed from slavery. He says he wants to do anything he can to help others, and I'd love to support him, but he worries me so. I see. Now that he's freed, he has things he wants to do. Alphen, we should find him quickly. If he runs into any Zoogles, he'll be in danger. I agree. The road to Mosgul is closed, so let's start our search in the Iglia Wastes. My son's name is Delio. Please find him for me. Here we go. Character subquests. Alright. Character subquests focus on the story of individual party members. Subquests for each party member are marked by icons of their faces, so make sure to take advantage of them when you find one. Completing both of a character's subquests will enhance their boost attack. Enhanced boost attacks are extremely powerful, so unlocking them should be a priority. Where an unforeseen encounter leads. Alright, interesting.
I hope that kid hasn't gone too far. But speaking of doing what you want, Shion, what's something you've always wanted to do?
Me? I may have mentioned, but I have some general ideas. Cooking, clothing design, things like that. I haven't decided on a particular thing I want to do yet, though.
I see. There's no rush, so give it some thought.
These strike me as clearly informed and perhaps inspired by the hero quests in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which are a wonderful model and I hope more games emulate. Interesting too, though, so my prediction seems not to be coming to pass, so I will share it with everyone. I had remembered that there were character-specific quests in some of the stuff that I'd read about Beyond the Dawn, and so when Alphen just wrestled with his level of discomfiture with the way in which other people were using him for their subquests, I found myself thinking, well, maybe that'll be an interesting avenue for encouraging party members to kind of suggest their own enterprises and things that they want to do, and thereby originating their own subquests. So subquests that pertain to particular characters, but that are also directly like called for and motivated and both proposed and undertaken by particular party members. So this seems to be a little bit different because it's still a quest that's originating outside the party, but I'm sure will also end up, informing the direct desires of people in the party. Though, as I'm thinking through it out loud and speculating about it, I did notice that in that tutorial, it said there are 2 subquests for each character. So I wonder whether the thought is, like was also the case in that scene in conversation, the characters need to do further work before they can even be sufficiently in touch with their desires to know what it is that they really want to individually pursue. Like we just heard Shion talking about in reference to this subquest in that little conversation with Alphen in town. You know, she has some general ideas, but she's not really sure what she wants to do yet. So maybe it's a 2-step for these characters of first having some kind of extrinsically motivated quest that leads them to discover something, and then maybe they'll propose and undertake something more personal for themselves in the second subquest. I'm interested. It's plenty to speculate on, and I'm sure it's clear at this point, boundless faith in whatever the storytellers wanted to achieve and ultimately chose to represent through the DLC. So let's explore and find out what that consists in. Alright, so we have Shion's marker there, and the other side quest for the donuts, clearing Zoogles over here. This seems to be
all we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
An opponent like this should be easy.
The waters of creation.
You're mine!
Eat this!
You're mine!
Talon Hurricane!
It's over! Come on!
We barely managed to do that far. You know what? You don't need to sound
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Done. This one's mine.
More
Keep calm and take them down. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Mine turn.
Prepare to be...
Ah, it's a reinforcements battle.
This one's for you. But of course. Now.
But a pretty weak reinforcements battle so far. I think this is that sweet spot in the Tales of Arise design language, which I love so much because I remember it from the main game too. You reach a sweet spot where if you do enough of the subquests and invest enough in supporting and helping everyone in the world, then at a certain point, the experience and skill points you gain from all of those kind of spill over and make the characters overpowered relative to the tasks that are set before them at a given time in the story. It's a really nice way of making you feel as if the attention and effort they've paid to other people in the world is really paying off and making a difference to their capacity to negotiate the world.
You're finished!
Oh,
In a bind?
Here I come! I'm not done! Inside me, yours to be let free!
Astral energy.
Say no more! What's going, Ridwell? I can carve through armor! Dragon form! No escape!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
All right.
Done and
That should
dusted.
do it for the Zoogles.
Let's let Cole know we're done.
Are you Delio by any chance? Your father is looking for you.
Whoa! The blazing sword? And I remember you too.
You're the one who gave us the elevator key at Ganymede Castle.
I remember that.
You saved my life that day. I made it out safely thanks to you.
Glad you're safe. My name is Alphen, and this is Shion.
I'm Delio. Nice to meet you.
Your father told us what you're doing out here. This is a dangerous place for fruit picking, especially alone.
But my father's been tired, and I want to help him feel better. When I was forced to work at Ganymede Castle, I saw so many people work until they dropped. When you came and freed us all, I was so happy. That's when I decided I wanted to help people too. And I thought I could start by helping my dad. But I don't have any weapons. So I thought about what else I could do.
Delio.
How about this? We'll gather fruit for you.
Shion?
Oh, really? I haven't found any yet and was starting to worry about what I'd do.
Yes, leave it to us. You go back home and wait with your father.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Shion.
I'm sorry I answered without consulting you first.
No, it's fine. I felt the same way after all.
I just want to show support for that child.
Yeah, I know.
I love that. The combination of inspiring others to figure out what they could do to help the people in their lives in the first place, as Delio did with Delio's dad.
Man, I'm
But
famished.
then also the follow through to support them and actually being able to make that happen, as opposed to just leaving them to try and fail and not figure out how to sort out their activity and intentions.
Glad you have your uses.
This one keeps charging.
That's right, I keep forgetting that we can get these with the Sorrow as well. I was waiting for Law to charge. The problem is I have their attack coded in my head as a roll as opposed to a charge, but I suppose it is an instance of an
Am
enemy
I on a
charging
roll or
forward.
what?
Well,
Yeah,
look
speaking
who's
of
in a
rolls.
bright and shiny mood.
Alright. Back we go.
We've reached our destination.
Hey, welcome back, Alpha.
Yes.
I heard everything from Cole. From the looks of you, I'd say the hunt went well. Yeah, it should be safe for a while. Thanks, Alphen. Now I can deliver Gladys's donuts to more people. And I hope one day I can get these to Mosgul, too. Hey, Doc, is Mosgul doing okay these days? Yeah, same as always. The Renans from Calaglia and some of the ones from Lenegus have taken up residence. Those Renans have a deep-seated prejudice towards Daenons and don't seem to want to talk to us. Mosgul's not too far, so I can deliver them myself. Still, I bet you want the Renans and Mosgul to eat your donuts too, Cole. Yeah, I want them to know that Calaglia, no, that Dana has such delicious food. No need to worry. The reputation of donuts as delicious as these will make its way to Mosgul one day. You'll see. Oh, really? If you're the one saying so, then it's gotta be true. Okay, I'm definitely gonna deliver some Gladys's donuts to the Renans and Mosgul someday.
Right.
We know you can do it, Cole. Goodness gracious. I suppose I can't go resting on my laurels either then.
I hope Cole's dream comes true.
I do too. By the way,
Yes?
I don't think we'll have enough donuts for tomorrow.
A lot of emphasis on the fulfillment of dreams, which is, of course, another classic JRPG and Tales theme, but to have it situated and explained within the broader context of, you know, what individual freedom means in this kind of world that is still fighting to figure out what that autonomy looks like against its recent history with slavery, I think gives it a distinctive Tales of Arise flavor all its own, unsurprisingly. Speaking of food, I guess. Flavor jokes. Galagli-ho! Gladys's donuts are selling great. If this keeps up and more people find out about these donuts, hopefully we can get them to the Renans and Mosgul someday.
The Crimson Crows are so cool. I want to join myself someday.
Oh, even gets to be in a skit with them.
I'm sure you'll make it in. When you do, I'll be right there with you.
How mature of you to be thinking about the future already.
The Crimson Crows isn't just it, though. There are a whole lot of other things I want to do, too.
Like what?
I want to go out and travel all around the world, like you guys.
That's great. Traveling's a blast.
Also, I still want to make something and sell it to people. I haven't forgotten my promise, Shion.
I'm looking forward to you making something tasty.
Have you ever thought of coming to Vicent to study? It could be an opportunity to learn about both traveling and sales.
Studying, huh? I've never done anything like that before. It sounds hard, but maybe I'll give it a try. I'll have to be brave to make life better for everyone here. Like when Alphen broke down that wall.
That is laudable insight to have at your age.
You should know, though, that balancing that with the Crimson Crows will be no easy feat.
What if you put together a new group? It could be your very own crew. Traveling the world, doing business.
Whoa, that sounds amazing. Okay, and we're gonna be called Awesome Fearless Dreamers.
Big Carol energy from this kid.
Ooh, I like it. A name like that just screams courage.
Don't you think it's a bit long? Well, I suppose it gets the idea across.
That's got to be a direct homage to Carol from Tales of Vesperia. Renowned amongst many other traits for his verbose and, let's say, ambitious naming of things. Super Courageous Ultra Braves, I believe, was his first idea for the name of the guild, which would ultimately be named Brave Vesperia. Yes. 2 portraits of inspiring kids with big dreams and bigger follow-through with the help of their friends. Not just Cole, but everyone in town is trying to spread the word about Gladys's Donuts. Never thought I'd live to see such a lively scene. You never know what's waiting in life, even until the very end. I am wondering, I don't want to jinx anything, and I'll remind everyone that I have no background on what happens in the DLC, and am trying very protectively to have no one spoil anything for anyone else, but especially with what Doc just said, and with some of the theming of Alphen talking about, you know, what he wants to do with his life, and what he wants the people of the world to be able to accomplish on their own, I'm kind of wondering whether the DLC is going to show us a picture of, you know, what life looks like after Alphen is dead and gone in this world. I feel like that would be a really mature and ambitious framing for the story if we get to see the world like after Alphen truly is just a legacy and a memory, as opposed to someone on whom they can call to help resolve everything that they want to resolve and achieve all the dreams that they want to achieve.
Welcome back! We got some fruit for you. Here, take it.
Are you sure? Is it okay to touch you?
Oh.
Yes.
Remembering her time
right
with
now.
thorns.
Listen, I'm sorry about what I said back at Ganymede Castle.
It's okay. I was a little surprised, but Alphen told me it wasn't my fault, so I didn't let it bother me.
Because Delio wanted to hug or thank her, and she recoiled because of her thorns. I remember that
Thanks
too.
for the fruit. It looks so delicious. I'll share some with my dad right away.
Ha ha! How wonderful. You've both been such a big help.
Our actions had greater benefits than we realized. I'm really glad we were able to free those people from slavery. Shion? What's the matter?
That child is just like I was when I was freed from my thorns. Once I no longer had to deal with them. I thought of so many things I wanted to do. Am I selfish?
No, not at all. I think it's a good thing.
I'm not so sure. But after meeting that boy, I think I want to do more of the things I thought of.
Is that right? Well, I'll be here to support you. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word.
That means a lot. Thanks, Alphen.
Well, that got me excited for the rest of these quests and to see how the trajectory of them goes.
So, have you thought about what you want to do first?
A little. I think that coming up with outfits sounds more fun than just reviewing clothing.
Oh yeah? I think that's great.
Thanks. And a new look for you is at the top of my list, Alphen.
Just don't pick anything too wild, okay?
Oh, and we have an Alphen one that just popped up. Interesting. After the Shion one. That was interesting too. I almost wanted to laugh at that line of Alphens when they walked away. The father and child, when he said something to the effect of, "Man, I'm really glad that we freed them from slavery. Like, oh, it makes me happy. Like, maybe it was a good thing that we liberated those people after all. Like, you almost want to laugh, I think, because it sounds at face value silly for someone to be reflecting that he's happy to have fulfilled something that seems like such a basic moral obligation. Like, if you see someone in slavery and you can liberate them, then you ought to. And it seems almost as if you've done something wrong if you don't go through with that. So it's as if your desire or how it affects you personally ought not to enter into the equation. But of course, that's exactly what Alphen is wrestling with now in this Calaglia arc. And so for him to have located and been able to establish and speak in defense of the value of his feelings and personal desires and interests, I think it gives that line a lot of meaning and resonance that he can go back and even reflect on his journeys of liberation from the original game and say, yeah, you know, it was the right thing to do. Maybe I was ethically obligated to do so. But it also just like, it makes me happy that these kinds of people were able to be free and are now doing things with their lives that are only possible because of that freedom. And you know, that happiness of Alphen's as a liberator can have value in and of itself as something that's distinct from the fulfillment of the moral obligation that was incumbent upon him, I think.
Hey.
So, Alphen, you've decided to live your own life instead of just being a hero, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's right. And you should wear whatever you want, regardless of your position, right? I've always been free with what I wear. Why do you bring that up all of a sudden? So you have forgotten about what you said. Certain equipment you wanted to distance yourself from so as not to draw attention.
I got it!
Oh, that. Remember now? Yeah, now that you mention it, I'd left them with Doc. The Sovereign's equipment and the Maiden's outfit. I thought it was a good idea at the time, too. I didn't want to see myself as the Maiden. But I think it's not such a big deal to wear them now. We're still us, no matter the clothes we wear. That's true. The history behind them doesn't matter anymore. We can use them when we feel it's necessary. Yes. Agreed. I actually really liked the design of that hairpiece. I wouldn't mind swinging that sword again either, to be honest. The structure of the blade was very unique and interesting. I thought you'd say that. Shall we go to Doc's and pick them up then? Yeah, let's. Reclaiming and putting to a new and authentic use something which you were scared to inhabit because of its former role.
It's nice having someone you can rely on. Let's collect our things.
Doc. Huh? What are you doing here? Did something else happen? Not at all. We just came to pick up what we left with you. Oh, that stuff, huh? Guess that means your mind is all made up then. Yeah, I'm done with the baggage of being a hero. I'm me, no matter what I do or wear. Gotcha. From the look in your eyes, I'd wager you're just fine now.
All right.
Alrighty, wait here then. Rummage. Oh, no, this isn't good. Doc, are you okay? I'm fine, just took a tumble. It sounded like something flipped over. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, it's just falling down sent my cultivation supplies flying everywhere. Cultivation? I want to raise an herb garden, but some of them require special soil to grow. I dried out some materials to make the soil. That sounds pretty important to you. Can you still use them? No, unfortunately, they're of no use now. No, I'm so sorry, Doc. What are you apologizing for? I'm the one who tripped. As for the materials, well, it'll work out. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I've got your stuff right here, safe and sound. Take it with you. No, we'll go get you more materials before we accept the outfits. We're the reason you're in this mess.
Yeah.
He's right. Let's gather new materials to replace what he lost. That's very kind of you. You sure you don't mind? The stuff comes from Zeugles and isn't easy to get. Herbs that would normally wither away in the ground can grow in soil infused with powerful Zeugl parts. Oh, hold on. If those are the parts you need, we already have some. I love it when a plan comes together.
How's this?
Oh, yeah, we do. Here, Doc, why don't you use these?
Yes.
Yes.
This much cultivation
Oh,
shouldn't be a problem.
and now it's voiced.
Impressive as usual, Alphen.
Transitions.
I hope your herb garden can grow well now.
It definitely will, thanks to you.
Speaking of which, I'm curious. There are Renin machines that treat sickness now. Why focus on growing medicinal herbs?
I hear you. And that technology is definitely impressive. But machines break, don't they? You can rely on them sometimes, but not always. That's when herbs come in to save the day.
That's true. Healing arts are useful as well, but sometimes you just need medicine.
The way I see it, the most important thing is knowledge. Machines break and medicine runs out. But with the right knowledge, you can repair a machine or make more medicine. Knowledge never goes bad.
You never cease to amaze, Doc. Always thinking one step ahead.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Alphen. My knowledge is still quite limited. I'd like to expand what I know about herbs. It'd help to find a book or meet someone who knows more than I do.
Then we'll try to find that for you. Maybe there's a real herb master somewhere out there.
I'd really appreciate that. If I were younger, I'd go searching myself.
No need for that, Doc. Let us do the footwork. You just wait here.
Who might be an expert on medicinal herbs?
I might know someone who's familiar with books on them. Remember? In the palace in Vicent.
Oh yeah! Tigrina, the librarian!
So, you remember her name, huh? Interesting.
Hey, what's with the stink eye?
I know we're at time for the evening, but I think it's only right and proper to see this quest through, and then we'll wrap things up for the evening. I love this too because this whole way in which the character sub-quests are coming together has a deep and rich resonance with part of the Tales series heritage, I would say, in my view, because actually what is calling to mind is one of, if not the core thesis, which I defend, and the interpretive lens which I construct and offer in my essay on Tales of Destiny and Tales of Vesperia, which I just shared again in the chat. The thought being, among many other supporting thoughts and illustrations of it in the two games, that oftentimes in order to determine and enact one's own personal will in a free way that allows you to do what you want and create the impact that is authentically yourself in the world, ironically, or perhaps unexpectedly, the best way to do that is by investing in and empowering the stories of others and helping them to do what it is that they feel called to do on their own terms. And that's something that we see both across time and space in Tales of Destiny and Tales of Vesperia, respectively. So this seems like we're being offered yet another distinctive yet thematically resonant study in exactly what that looks like, but in a context that has more to do with slavery and coming into your own after being subjugated to someone else in accordance with the structure that Rena imposed on Dana. But it's the same kind of idea, I think. That's what it seems to be looking like so far, at least. This thought that we're able to empower the individual party members to come to understand their own desires and personal projects and values in new ways that ultimately cascade into even better abilities in battle by virtue of empowering other characters to pursue their own dreams and interests. That's what we saw, with helping the child to figure out how to gather food and support the child's dad, and that's now what we're seeing in helping Doc to follow his own dream and interest of cultivating this herb garden. We are going to listen. My goodness, it looks like all, or at least many, of these character subquests have opened up now. Exciting though, and I'm definitely enjoying going through these quests as they're presented to us, because especially after that turn with Alphen reflecting on the nature of everything he was being called to do, I really feel like that pacing was deliberately and explicitly considered in the development of the story, which I love.
Hurry it up, Alphen! Hey, you too, Lord Man!
Haste makes waste, young one.
Don't even start with me on that. Come on, we're keeping everyone waiting.
He's right. Shion and Rinwell must be getting impatient with us, too.
I don't believe that's the case. Look, they seem to be enjoying themselves.
It feels so comforting to just sit quietly side by side, next to each other. And being able to follow through with something you've set your mind to like that. It's dependable, you know?
Wow, you really have a soft spot for that sort of thing, don't you?
Are they talking about...
Yeesh. Kinda awkward if we butted in now, right, Alphen?
Not at all. We should say something.
No. It would be rude of us to interrupt. Let us assess the situation and choose the time to make our entrance with propriety.
You mean eavesdrop?
Personally, I really like those light, nimble movements. There's a graceful fluidity to them. And the strike that comes afterwards, it's always so cool, no matter which way you look at it.
Strike? Hold up.
For me, it's the poise I'm fond of. That dignified demeanor never seems to falter, all while staying alert and being receptive to even the most subtle shift in sounds.
Sounds.
I know. And those big, beautiful, thoughtful eyes. I keep finding myself inadvertently gazing into them.
Big, beautiful, and thoughtful?
She's right. Alphen does have beautiful eyes.
But if anyone has thoughtful eyes, it's Dohalim.
But surely Big Eyes refers to Law?
Hoodle.
I can't
Is it all
wait to
Hoodle?
see Zare again.
Ah, I was close. We're getting inundated with skits on our way to see Alphen's quest
Looks like
through.
someone needs our help.
Good grief, you're such a softie.
Well, I can't let skits slide by.
When I see you speaking with
It's
other
against my
Renans,
entire belief
you always
system.
look so happy. It's made me realize just how many people depend on you, Dohalim.
I'm glad to be able to help, but I do feel it goes a bit too far sometimes.
You can say that again. Apparently there are even some who want you to be the new ruler of the Renan people.
I suspect their minds are still trapped in the Renan mentality that the strong have an inherent right to rule and should be followed. Unfortunately for them, the reign they envision was but a fantasy, even in the old days. Going forward, they will need to face reality.
Yeah, a reality with no more lords or sovereigns.
Though there are still those enthralled by my title of former lord. I hope to see the day when they too can stand on their own two legs.
That said, I don't think people place their faith in you just because you were once a lord. I kept it from you so as not to burden you further, but there have been quite a few requests for you in Vicent as well.
Is that so? For what, pray tell?
Some want you to pass on your extensive knowledge by becoming a school teacher. Others say they want you to help them learn to appreciate music. And, as a request for the elegant and handsome Dohalim, there were even some who wished to be your lover.
Well, that's a scary voice.
Sounds less like people want things from him, and more like they just want him. I wish people talked about me like that.
There he goes, talking like an idiot again.
When it comes to children, they all want you to be their father. Sing them songs, read them stories, that sort of thing. It's actually rather sweet.
I see. Not all things people desire of me are quite so vapid, I suppose.
Yes. As a side note, I should mention that most of these requests happen to come from women. It must be wonderful to be so popular,
Kisara, why are you staring at me with a gaze like the coldest winter?
In the end, it sounds like wherever Dohalim goes, he leaves a string of hearts in his wake.
I certainly do no such thing.
Also, not exactly a vapid request to want him to educate you in music or be a school teacher. But point taken. Alright, so we're heading to the library, I think? Yes. Excellent.
Hey, you're still hanging out at the library, right? Anything interesting happen lately?
Anything interesting? Well, I have found plenty of interesting new books to read.
Yeah? Like what?
Books on horticulture, culinary techniques, things like that. Recently, I've been diving into some new topics. I've gotten to know some of the other people at the library, and they've been recommending all sorts of new books for me to try.
So they're, like, book buddies, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Any book I choose for myself is going to be colored by my own preferences, so it helps to have some outside opinions. I'm broadening my horizons.
Yeah, great. Just don't spend too much time reading. It's not healthy.
Excuse me? You're the one who brought up the library. You just wanted to say that?
No, just... never mind.
Oh. Could it maybe be that you're lonely?
Huh? As if?
There's nothing wrong with that. I feel lonely sometimes too, being away from you guys. I think it's normal for friends to miss each other. But no matter how much I wonder what you're all doing out there, it's not like I can just pop over and see you.
Yeah, kinda hard to do that when we live in different realms.
But still, it's nice that we get to hang out from time to time, like now. Even if it is, you know, in the name of necessity. I'm always looking forward to seeing you all again, and that helps give me strength when I'm alone.
I've been looking forward to seeing you all again, too. I didn't realize we both felt the same way. All right, I'm gonna work my butt off when I get back to the Crimson Crows. I've got to be able to keep up with you, after all.
Just don't go overboard and get yourself injured.
It'll be fine. I'm far too tough to get injured that easily.
See? It's exactly that kind of attitude that I'm worried about. Ugh.
Ah, kids. I really love their relationship, Rinwell and Laws, and it's nice to be back in it. I know there are, we've already seen some of these elements in Beyond the Dawn, and there's plenty of it in the base story as well, suggesting the potential for romance between them. But I think, especially in a game like Tales of Arise that revolves around a clear, unambiguous love story between Alphen and Shion, it's nice that, with the younger Rinwell and Law, who are figuring out their place in the world, what to do with the legacy of their families, everything like that. They have a lot in common. It's easy for them to bond and get to know each other. A big part of what allows Rinwell to process everything that she's working through is the way in which Law stands up for her and prevents her from doing something she'll regret the first time that she confronts Elmadria, after Elmadria killed her entire clan, except for her. And so for all that, especially given their age and their youth, they can share so much and help each other to figure out who they are and what they want. And there's the potential for that to blossom into something romantic, but it also doesn't have to be that. And so I wouldn't even call it ambiguous. It's just that they're at a developmental stage in which there's that possibility, but it's a possibility that doesn't need to be consummated and isn't ready to be consummated if it is the sort of thing that will later come to fruition. It's nice that the game doesn't feel as if it needs to resolve that or force them into a platonic situation or a straightforward romance plot, similar to the kind of situation that you get with Uni and Tyon in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So much connective tissue between Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Tales of Arise, I guess, the more we're thinking about it. At least in terms of how they approach their characters.
Hey.
Tigrina, right? Can we talk for a minute? What's this? Me? And you? Is this your way of asking me out on a date? No, that's not what I meant at all. We're just here for books. Do you have any about medicinal herbs?
This?
Of course. What kind of medicinal herbs? Aphrodisiacs, perhaps? No. There's someone in Ulzebek trying to cultivate herbs to help other people. Aw, what a wonderful person. In that case, I think this book on medicinal herbs would be helpful. That sure was fast. I'm a librarian. I know every book here by heart. This one's written by an author who wanted to help people heal. I bet just reading it could clear your skin right up. Oh, that's great. A book with that much passion should help Doc. Could you tell this amazing Doc something for me? If he ever has any questions, come talk to me. Maybe someday I'll even visit him when I'm in Elizabeth.
Got it.
Right. We'll tell him. Thanks.
We've got the book. Let's take it back to Doc.
She really is an amazing librarian. A bit unique, though.
I think people like Doc who seek knowledge are inspiring. I've got to do my best to help people like him. Let me know if you ever need anything, too. It's interesting how parts but only parts of these character subquests are voiced. I wonder if there's a logic to what's voiced and not, in terms of how you want to read it from the perspective of the narrative experience.
Always good to be back in familiar territory. We found a book for you, Doc. Apparently, it's full of details about medicinal herbs.
Oh, amazing. All these illustrations are a big help. I'll be able to grow so much more with this.
Great to hear. That makes all the searching worthwhile.
The owner said if there's anything you need to know, just contact the palace in Vicent and she'll respond.
How considerate. You really went out of your way for me on this one, huh?
I feel busier now than when everyone called you a hero, Alphen.
You may be right, but now Doc's herb garden will succeed, and a lot of people will get help.
I can't disagree with that.
As I'm sure you already know, that's just how he is. You can give up on ever trying to change him.
Oh, I gave up long ago. It's part of what makes him Alphen.
You guys are gonna make me blush.
Enough of this. Let's get what we came for and get going.
Sure. Here you go. Feel free to come back anytime.
Amazing. The weapons of the Sovereign and Maiden and their outfits back. I'll have to equip them with that before we wrap up. To do honor and justice to Alphen's intentions.
I'm impressed with the old man's keen insight.
I know, right? I've always known him as a dependable person, but Doc still surprises me every time I see him. He's always looking at the big picture and how his actions can help others. I think it's really admirable.
I agree. But, you know, those same things apply to you, Alphen. You should be proud of yourself as well.
Thanks, Shion.
If Doc ever does end up meeting the librarian, though, he might be in for a bit of a surprise.
That's for sure. She certainly is somewhat unique.
Who knows? They might end up getting along.
They do seem to share a similar passion for knowledge. Perhaps they could spend some meaningful time with one another.
Anyway, I'm glad the Sovereign and Maiden outfits are back in our hands.
Me too. Now we can wear them whenever we want.
Yeah, you should wear them every day to make all the trouble you went through worthwhile.
Oh,
The whole point of owning clothes you like is having the freedom to wear what you want when you want to. It's no fun if you feel obligated to wear something.
That's right. You shouldn't need a reason to dress up. You should just dress for yourself, because it's something you want to do.
I'm surprised. It's rare for us to have the same opinions on clothing. Maybe you're finally starting to understand fashion.
Well, I did have a good teacher.
My, you two have gotten close.
Looking back on our travels, Alphen, it occurs to me that you volunteered to help countless people by performing relatively menial tasks.
Maybe instead of a hero, they should call you a handyman.
that's what I was
That
saying.
title probably suits me better than Sovereign or Blazing Sword.
Alphen, the handyman. Nah, sorry, that's lame.
Handyman Alphen. I love it. Alright, let's get them in some new duds. I love that too as just a little microcosm of the series philosophy on outfits too, because there are so many outfits and so many of them do have particular loci of meaning according to a particular aspect of a character or a relationship between them and a character in another game, in the case of cameo outfits or things like that. But I know for me personally, it is easy to get bound up in the idea of just saying, well, okay, what's the outfit they're supposed to be in during this part in the story, because if I deviate from that at all, it'll seem like some kind of perversion of the way in which they're supposed to be represented at that part in their journey. And so I really don't mess around with outfits that much, typically, but I think it's nice to have that philosophy expressed by Shion and Alphen that, you know, part of what gives clothing their power, like anything else in the world, and like the whole theme of this game, is that it can be a form of individual expression simply emerging from what you want to express at any given moment. And so being able to play around with that according to, you know, what the player is interested in, and, you know, what you find the avatar might be interested in expressing about him or herself at a certain point in the story, I think is a multivariable and multiply rewarding equation to evaluate as you go through these stories and games. Fantastic. We're back in business. A royal look and one well-earned as Alphen has continued his journey of self-discovery. I love that. Having set it to the side only to reclaim it under his terms. I think that's a great little arc contained in a handsome outfit. Man, we went for even a little longer than 5 hours this evening, but I think it was worth it. It's such an interesting cadence to watch this DLC unfold. It felt unnerving to have an entire stream in which we didn't see Nazamil, not even a single time. But so interesting too, because I think that only has me more excited in terms of where the DLC is going, because to have started out, like I spoke about in previous streams, with this single, abused, lonely, isolated girl as the microcosm of everything that this party had wanted to do for the world, and to see them impose the lessons they'd taken from the end of the game on her as a way of helping her to come out of her shell, only then to let her go off and struggle on her own, literally invisible to them, and now have us, you know, witnessing and helping the characters in the party to actually wrestle with their own current understanding of themselves and what they want to do in the world. I'll tell you, it has me really, really excited for when they do re-encounter Nazamil, because I had been wondering about and, you know, concerned with, all right, what's Nazamil gonna have resolved to do when we finally see what it is she's been working towards? But now I'm equally, if not more, excited about the thought of how different might the party be in terms of their perspective on each other and what they want to express to other people in the world, such as Nazamil, after spending all of this time to resolve and better understand what they want to do in the world going forward, how they want to inhabit it as individuals, and how they want to help others, which is to say all the work that we did do on this stream tonight, moving from the typical handyman odd jobs, to use Law's word, at the beginning of the stream, all the way through to Alphen's epiphany, his realization in terms of how he wants to be situated in the world, opening the door for these character subquests that we're now embarking on. So I'm so excited. It has me just jonesing for the next stream. So I imagine there's going to be plenty more that we'll learn in terms of these individual characters with their subquests. Plenty more amazing stuff to sink our teeth into just in terms of the narrative structure of this DLC. Leave it to a thoughtful series like Tales to do something really interesting just in terms of the fundamental elements of storytelling and gameplay in the DLC, and making interesting narrative meaning out of that, which, you know, people who know me and know my work might also know that I'm a huge fan of games and really any literary medium using its particular constraints to tell interesting stories and beget certain experiences that only make sense in that context. Chief among them, in terms of what I've published on in the past, actually DLC. I think as much as DLC might sometimes be considered and rightly called a cash grab, there are a lot of truly unique elements of story and aesthetic experiences that can come out of DLC if only we think about the particular characteristics of it and how to avail ourselves of them in interesting and unusual ways. So actually, as I'm thinking about that and we're winding down, I will share that article in case anyone needs more reading material. before we get back and binge further tomorrow. But yeah, so suffice it to say, unsurprising that we're getting that kind of involved study from a Tales DLC, but all the more so rewarding to be experiencing it all the same. Yeah, you're right, Doug. We can be confident that when Nazamil is ready, she'll return. And nice to have that confidence, right? Well, we had some anxiety about it when she disappeared for the first time. I feel like as the party members are better getting in touch with their desires and how to empower others, it's also easier for us to be genuinely comfortable knowing, Nazamil has some stuff to sort out. I'm sure we'll be able to help her once she does resurface, but we should just be patient and give her time to go on her own journey. That's what this part of the arc is about in this DLC, right? Everyone figuring out how to go on their own journey and give people the space, but also the support that they might need to go on their own other journeys. Man, it's so deeply related to everything in the base game, and yet a story and tale and a meditation unto itself. I can't wait to see where it takes us next, my friend. Doug, thank you for showing up again. Pleasure chatting with you and enjoying this with you, my friend. Chrissy, great to see you joining the ranks too for this Beyond the Dawn adventure. So happy to have you. Hope to see you again when you're next able. And I'm so glad it's gotten you excited about Tales of Arise too. It's such a special game, and I'm glad that we've all collectively, as a group of thoughtful gamers and Tales fans, had this opportunity to go back to it and revisit it a couple years after its original release. We'll be back same time tomorrow, my dear friends. 6 p.m. Eastern. Be here, be square. Another 5-hour block. I don't know how much more we have left. Part of me is confident we'll get through it by the end of Tuesday. Part of me feels like we might have another week of content after that. So time will tell. But it's a good pace. It's a pace that warrants savoring everything we're experiencing. And so I imagine we'll keep going at this pace and see what it has to share with us next. Until tomorrow, my friends, think well, game well, have a great night, enjoy your Saturday night. I'm Aaron Suduko, the founder of With a Terrible Fate. This has been Tales of Praxis, and I'll see you again real soon. Cheers.